Hello there, you spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of happy-go-lucky, even happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. How are you doing? How's it going, you cheeky little devils? Welcome on into the Cult of Vane, the home of hedonism. You're on twitch.tv/Vane Vane. Not gonna lie to you, start off nice and early. I feel like fucking shit today, friends. Feel like shit. But we're alright, we're okay, it's all doing work. So it's fun, it's alright, it's okay. It was a weekend, it's the first day of the week. I've pressed go live. We're fine. We don't need anything more than that, right? Don't need anything more than... Jesus Christ, everything's moving. Don't need anything more than that. How you doing, Milky Pog? Hello, Lunicorn, cheeky little devil. How's it going, Druidess of Midian? Gilus, welcome on in.
Go. Panda to it, panda to it.
Why can't you hear a tridactyl pee?
A tridactyl?
Because they're dead.
That is true. That is very true. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl pee? Because they're dead. They're accurate. Honestly, probably the best thing you've said in months. Is about it.
Panda to me go. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Why can't you hear a tridactyl going to the toilet? Because the pee is silent.
Lulled me into a false sense of security. Lulled me into a false sense of security. And then backed it straight back up. Straight back up. Didn't even miss a beat. Just went straight in for it. Straight for the jugular. God damn it. God damn it. How's it going, Gilus? It was a good weekend. Thank you very much. It was a good weekend. It was a bit of a stressful one. I went to my friend's house it was their birthday weekend this weekend. And she asked us to prepare presentations. So I have prepared. I did prepare a presentation, but I didn't realize that everyone else's presentation was going to be really serious, and mine wasn't. Mine was quite silly, quite silly. My presentation was the importance of towels, and I got really hyper focused on it. So I ended up spending about 4.5 hours on Friday afternoon making this presentation. And I had 5 pages of A4 notes, but the only restriction we had with the presentation was that it was only allowed to be 10 minutes long. So I had to be really efficient with all of the very important bits of information I had to throw out there. What was that anyway? Bits, how you doing? How's it going, Pope? Wait, you cheeky little devil. God damn it, Dapper Cogsworth. You don't even have to spell it right. You don't even have to spell it right, and I know what you're referring to. God damn it, you shit. How's it going? How you doing? Zabadian, of course. Welcome on in, you cheeky little devil. Greeto, hello, you glorious individual looking super fly, loving the jacket. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I need to think of and I need to find an outfit for Friday. Friday, I've got a cabaret that I am hosting in Harrogate. And then on Saturday, I have got to leave Harrogate real fucking early and get back to the hometown of Hull at like 9 a.m. In order to do a 13-hour day with one of the companies, because there's like a big day of parades and I'm in it, and it's chaotic and great and wonderful and fantastic and well paid, which is what I desperately need, because I also didn't crash my car. I backed my car into somebody else's car when I was really tired on the other night, and that cost me a significant amount of money. I'll tell you all about it in a minute. It's been a weekend. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of a weekend, and I woke up this morning. I've just been feeling very nauseous all day. Now Chunk is ill. Chunk has got the flu, quite badly as well. It's knocked him for 6. And there's a couple of other people in our like friendship group that have also like dropped down with the lurgy, but mine doesn't feel like flu. I'm not like bunged up or anything like that. I just feel very, very. Do you know what I mean? But we're here now. I've got my water. What more do I need? So it's been a bit of a roller coaster. But we're doing okay. You looked in the mirror and felt much better. I did. Because god damn it, do I look rough. But god damn it, do I make rough look good. You know it, Tunackers. You know it. How's it going, Astrokeus? How you doing, cheeky devil? Kiara Strings, welcome on in. After watching Army of Darkness. What did I watch recently? I watched Bullet Train recently. I've been meaning to watch Bullet Train for a very, very, very long time because a friend of mine is in it. And I finally got around to watching it, and I loved it, and I got real giggly when he came on screen. And I was like, oh my god, it's Yoshi! Oh shit! It was good, but I enjoyed it. It was a very interesting style of movie, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Action comedy and all that jazz, but not comedy as in take the piss comedy as in just very well written, you know. Do you know where your towel is? Exactly, Zabadian. Exactly. I made a full presentation based on it literally came from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy TV series line, which I ended up buying the entire. I own the TV series on DVD. Okay. But I don't have a facility to rip the DVD onto my computer. I have a DVD player thanks to the wonderful Max Wattage, but I don't have the facility to rip the DVD onto my computer so that I could take clips off of it. So I had to buy the entire TV series again in order to rip tiny little segments to back up my presentation in the importance of a towel presentation that I did. Yeah, that was another thing. That was another thing. But yeah. What do you call a twitching cow? Beef jerky. Oh my god, Tunakers. Good lord. Friday the 13th, second month in a row. Oh yeah, so it is. Unfortunately, I'm not superstitious. I think I've had enough of a fucking roller coaster this weekend, to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? We're living in Jason's timeline, as in Friday the 13th, Jason. I mean, if that's the case, then just fucking murder me now. Do you know what I mean? Why not? Get his little hockey mask, bring him over here, I'll lube him up, send him into a porn parody. If he doesn't mellow out after that, then I don't know what will help him. Do you know what I mean? Extra dad jokes for the sick. Oh my god. Crazy 8, how you doing? How's it going? How you doing, you beautiful bean? I'm all right. I'm just nauseous. Just a bit nauseous today. Just a bit. And I think part of it will be down to the fact that I backed up into a neighbor's car, and I naturally left my number and was like, hey, I reversed into your car. I'm real sorry. This is my number. Let me know how much, what's going on or what have you. Or give me a ring and I'll come sort it out. Whatever you fucking need. And it was actually somebody who lives across the road from me, and they've got a real nice new car.
It's a raid.
I was like, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside in between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the cheeky devils. Look at them, the scandal, the preposterous. Hello, how you doing? How's it going, Eris? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. How was whatever it was you were playing? Fallout? Was it Fallout you were playing today? Eris told me who's now got their passport all sorted and their flight sorted and their hotel sorted. So we're definitely going to come over to Ken at the end of May, which is all very exciting. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. Gotta ask you to leave. I'm a colossal filth wizard. Talk about sex all the time. People go check out Eris Ptolemy. Eris Ptolemy is a wonderful, wonderful human being. A very kind, very supportive, very preposterous and outrageous. The deity of chaos. And shenanigans. And shenanigans. That as well. You've come in, by the way, friends. I was just explaining that I'm feeling quite nauseous today. So we're taking it slightly easier. Slightly easier. Because I don't want to vomit everywhere. Do you know what I mean? That's the way it be working. Yeah, Fallout started Fallout New Vegas, but the game kept crashing, trying to break the computer, so we switched to Fallout Vault. That's fair. That is entirely fair. If that's what it took, then that's what it took, Eris. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time, and thank you very much for bringing your beautiful people in here. As always, Eris, I know you're likely going to be hanging around with us today, but just in case, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat or a delightful beverage. Please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do. You cheeky little devil. Watched the first season of Fargo. Finished 2 hours ago. Good on you. Or was it good? Did you enjoy it? I've been told that it's absolutely amazing, but it's not something that I've personally watched myself. What have I been watching recently? The Mentalist. I watched a few episodes of The Mentalist, and they're easily digestible episodes. So I'm just, yeah, it's alright. You know what I mean, it's alright. It's okay. We'll take it. Just watched Santa Sagre or Santa Sangria. I don't know how to feel about it. What is it? What is that, Popewit? What is this Santa Sangria? Oh my god, why couldn't... Ein Moment bitte. Because my computer doesn't like how things work. God damn it. It's a 1989 surrealist psychological horror film directed by Alejandro Jodorowsky and written by Jodorowsky along with Claudio Argento and Roberto Leone. Interesting. An international co-production of Mexico and Italy. Well, shit. Well, shit. It looks peculiar, I have to say. I have to say that does look indeed peculiar. But you don't know how to feel about it. There's a few films that I was looking up iconic queer films recently. Like what were the iconic queer films that I have not seen? And there was one that was available on, I can't even remember what it's fucking called. There was one that was available on YouTube, and I skipped through it because it was like one of the unknown cult heroes of queerdom. So I skipped through it just to see whether it would be something I watched, and it looked fucking weird. It was really fucking weird. Lots of new romantic style makeup about 10 years after new romantics were no longer in fashion. So it was a whole scenario. It was a whole scenario. What do teachers eat when they get hungry? Academia nuts. Fucking hell. That's weak, Tunackers. Weak, I tell you. Love Hitchhiker's Guide. The BBC series is goated. Got it on Blu-ray. Yeah, I have the BBC series on DVD, and now I have it on my Amazon Prime library as well. But I don't have... Well, but yeah, obviously there's the movie as well that we just choose to ignore because it was shite. Sequel to Songs for the Deaf. I don't know that one either. Where did Dia get all of their coffee? Starbucks. Oh my Jesus. These are poor Tunackers. These are weak, bottom of the barrel dad jokes. Good lord. Midgard, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Welcome on in. One True Cripple, how you doing? How's it going? That's like to hear. Hopefully health and such and blues. That'd be alright. Be okay. I'm not worried about it, Crazy 8. I'm not worried about it. I just want to make sure that whatever it is that's in my system is fucking gone by like Thursday. Because I have got my weekend is too fucking busy. My weekend is too fucking busy. From Thursday onwards, I am chock-a-block. Absolutely. Got rehearsals Thursday night. Well, I've got meetings Thursday afternoon, walk the parade route Thursday afternoon, then rehearsals Thursday evening. Then I have got the Burlesque Bonanza show that I am hosting in Harrogate for raising money for the MSF, which is the Doctors Without Borders charity, where the medical professionals go all over the world to any medical need that they have, like Ebola or epidemics or pandemics or whatever the fucking world needs, they travel, hence the Doctors Without Borders. So we're raising money for them. Burlesque Bonanza, that's going to finish, I don't know, 11 midnight-ish. Get back to where I'm staying, attempt to sleep, get up at, I don't know, 6, so that I can get back to the hometown, get changed, get everything sorted, and then get back out for like 9 a.m. on Saturday. And then I will be out from 9 a.m. Saturday till about half 9 p.m. on Saturday itself. It was a really, 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 really long day. And then I have, however, I have booked in a massage on Sunday. Though, now that I've paid for another car's paint job, I might have to cancel that. I'll have a look at the finances. I'll see where we're at. Because if I can not cancel that, that would be wonderful. I could do with her brutally ruining me and folding me like a pretzel. You know. But how are we all? How are you? Did you have good weekends? Did you get up to anything in particular? Anything particularly interesting? Anything exciting? Tell me all about it. What did the egg say to the boiling water? I don't know if
Hand
I
it
can
to
get
me,
hard.
go.
I just
Hand it
got
to
laid
it.
this
Hand it to
morning.
it.
I've noticed a lot more people attracted to others of any gender. Some might say it's a pandemic.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare come in here and queer code your dad jokes, Milky Pork, you little shit. Don't you dare. You little fucks. Torch Song Trilogy. What do you mean, Tabby? What is
Hand
the
it to
Torch
me,
Song
go.
Trilogy?
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Good-looking people are always busy. I could tell you why, but I'm busy right now.
I can't disagree with that. You are good looking, you little fitty. Yeah, little fitty. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. And Milky Pork, thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. I keep forgetting to say thank you for the panderings. I really appreciate you people throwing your bits at me. I love it. I love it all over my face. Don't necessarily appreciate the dad jokes that come with it, but because I'm trying to concentrate on your bits. When people are throwing bits at me, I like to concentrate on those bits. And then when I'm distracted by dad jokes, oh, it's the worst. It's the worst. Oh dear me. The Birdcage is awesome. Classic Gary, The Birdcage. Oh, are you recommending queer-coded films for me? We're gonna have to make a list of these in the Discord or something, because I will absolutely fucking forget. You know. A beautiful film, and the acting is great, but it felt like if Dali and Fellini had an acid trip. Wow, okay. Alright, yeah. I can get that. I can understand that. Absolutely. Fair play. How's it going, Painted Lady? How you doing? Looking gorgeous. That's because I feel like shite. For those people that have just joined us, I'm very nauseous today. Don't know what's going on. Been eating fine. No issues at all. Just feel real nauseous. In fact, do you know what it was? On Saturday, I didn't really eat much on Saturday. I had some tiger bread and some what the fuck is it called? Leerdammer cheese. I was trying to work out. I had some tiger bread and Leerdammer cheese for breakfast, which is normally quite a good thing. And then I was like, oh fuck, I haven't eaten all day, and I'm about to go out and like have a couple of drinks and like do this presentation and stuff like that. So I was like, cool, I'll smash a pizza in my face. So I smashed a pizza in my face about 20 minutes before I went out, and then felt real ill. I just, like, it hit me and I was like, oh, I feel real nauseous. I was like, it's all right, it's okay. I'll get a vodka in me and I'll be perfectly fine. Just get a vodka in me, I'll be all right. I'll be okay. And it didn't help. It didn't work. It worked after a while. It took me a minute. After I finished my presentation, I felt infinitely better. But then there was points in the evening where I was like, ooh, okay. All right, that's fair enough. Keep going. Everything's fine. It's all right. It's okay. It's just whatever reaction. Because I've had this reaction before.
Subscribed.
Finlay! You
I
beautiful
am
bean.
smashing a pizza in my face right now.
I like it.
I will not get a vodka in me, however. Vile stuff.
How dare you? Vodka is the best of the stuffs. The best of the stuffs, you beautiful bean. So yeah, like this isn't the first time it's happened to me. I have done this before.
Hand it to me, go.
If
Hand
Rich was
it to
here,
it.
she'd be able
Hand
to
it
say
to
what it
it.
was.
I really enjoy fastening bits of metal together. It's riveting.
Oh my god, Zabadian, that is the worst. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings, but good lord. Good lord. Finley, I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein in the tier 2 black ink. And thank you very much for taking us 2 steps closer to the 60-40 split for... What month are we in? March? That's very kind of you, you beautiful bean. Oh. By having your name on the mirror veiny means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum
Panda
Snapchat.
to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I have a joke and I don't know if it translates well in all cultures, so let me break it down a bit.
Panda to my
Into
ego.
bits.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
God.
What did the parrot
Is that
of a
binary for it
pirate
as well?
ship that encourages open relationships say? Polly want a cracker.
Oh God, come on. Come on. You're taking advantage of somebody who's full of the lurgy. You're taking advantage of me. I feel abused. I feel taken advantage of. What's the word? Exploited. I feel exploited. It's binary for a joke. Oh my fucking God. Ah, you wound me. You wound me. God damn it. How's it going, Prometheus? Come on, what? Come on. Just a blanket. A towel. A towel. By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. No bum Snapchat, you get discount on all the merchandise, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing, as well you know, after all this time, Finley, the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I wish I was someone else, because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Oh, dear me. Oh, I've just seen that we are, our follower count is now at 7,900 followers. We are 100 followers away from 8,000 followers. How wild's that? How wild is that?
Subscribe.
Dungeons to Mona.
Kind.
Cheers to 22 of looking sexy. Meow.
All of the sexy Duchess Demona. Meow, indeed. Indeedy doos. I should inscribe your name on the mirror vein as well. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, no bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. And of course, thank you very much for taking us one step closer to that 60-40 split for March. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? Oh, you cheeky devil, you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What was I doing? Oh, the Painted Lady. 6 minutes ago, you redeemed Show Dono with speech. I better do that before it disappears. Friends, we have a brand new donation goal. The last donation goal was smashed because you people are far too fucking kind. But we have a brand new donation goal, which is to raise money to get the aquarium populated. Putting fish into the aquarium and getting the whole aquarium up and running. And what Finley, thank you very much. Getting the aquarium up and running so that the whole thing will be a 24/7 stream apart from on Monday mornings when I clean it out and stuff like that. But we'll be getting that back up and running as soon as it's full of fish. So this is to fill it full of fish. But not only that, as always, at the end of a donation goal, I do a reward for the community. Say a massive thank you to all you beautiful people for choosing to help me out and choosing to dig into your little pockets and help me out in these regards. Although it does vex me to publicize these things.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
My grandpa said whenever a door closes, another one opens. He was a smart man but a terrible cabinet maker.
Oh my God, Voyage. And look what you've done. Look what you've done. Good Lord. Yeah, at the end of this donation goal, there will be a reward, and I have put the 5 options for the reward in the Discord for you. If it's in the announcement section, if you would like to vote on it. The options are a merch giveaway, a not safe for work Discord stream where we play Flipwitch, doing a stream where we play The Dinosaur with double D's, a community movie night in April, or a maid stream, a stream where I dress up as a maid and we play Crime Scene Cleaner. The choice is entirely up to you. Leading out in front at the moment is the maid stream, followed by...
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful individual. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you cheeky devil. Yeah, the maid stream, followed by The Dinosaur with double D's, followed by a merch giveaway. So those are the top 3 at the moment. So there you go. Thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, right. Where was I, you beautiful individuals? You little bloody chaos gremlins. Maybe this is it. Maybe I'm allergic to your chaos, and that's the reason why I feel so nauseous. Yeah. I'm going to blame it all on you. I'm going to blame it all on you. There you go.
Pander to Mago. Pander to it. Pander to it.
IKEA are now making lesbian-only furniture. No nuts and bolts, only tongue and groove.
Oh, come on. Come on. Good Lord, Milky Park. And the worst thing is, I know a variety of lesbians that would thoroughly enjoy that joke.
Pander to it. Pander to it.
How did the shoemaker reward his employees? With sock options.
Come on. This wounds me. I can't even cringe properly because my stomach won't let me. My entire digestive system is going, we feel bad enough as it is. Why are you allowing these people to let you cringe like this? Why? Why are you allowing this? What the fuck? God damn it. God damn it. Level 2 hype train from bloody jokes. Scandalous, I tell you. Bloody scandalous. I made brunch for over 1,000 people. So that's interesting. That is very interesting, Popewit. That's very, very cool. What was on the menu for your brunching times? Been playing World of Warcraft almost non-stop since the expansion dropped. I have 3 new mounts already. That's so long as you're enjoying yourself, Midgard, that's all that really matters. A friend of mine, Baines Gaming, is well into his WoW. And I know that he took a day off in order to play it from the midnight release right the way through. And I think he played for like 48 hours straight because he's just that kind of person. Just that kind of person. Birdcage is a must, is it? Yeah. You know, I'll have to do like a question. I'll have to ask the community in the Discord for their recommendations and then just make a list that I can work my way through, you know.
Pander to Mago. Pander to it. Pander to it.
The thing with LGBTQ plus jokes is no one can ever tell them to you straight.
Oh, they're so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. Why are you like this? They're so bad. God damn it. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. A rather awesome queer film with Harvey Fierstein. Fierstein and Matthew Broderick. Yeah. So much going on around at the moment. There is a lot of things going on around at the moment. What worries me, Painted Lady, is the fact that whatever it is that I'm feeling that's making me feel just a bit is not what Chunk has, which means that whatever Chunk has got is going to hit me at some stage as well, which I am, as you can imagine, thrilled for. So excited. I've got a really busy couple of weeks as well. Like, obviously this week I've got a show on Friday and a show on Saturday, and then next week I'm traveling, like next weekend after streams and stuff like that, I'm traveling to a completely different city with the pure intention of just making shitloads of content. Going to a completely different city and then traveling around different museums and different things to film as much as humanly possible so that I can like make loads of YouTube videos effectively. So I've got a really busy couple of weeks ahead, and naturally this hits the moment that you are your fucking busiest. Do you know what I mean? Friends, if you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now to say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted subbed, that threw all those little bitties out there. That's so fucking kind of you, friends. So bloody kind of you. Thank you so much. They're not hype train emotes, but fuck it, they'll do. Those ones will do. Thank you so much, friends. That's really, really kind of you. God damn it, even if it was laced with dad jokes, you know. Hope you feel better soon. Sorry, Duchess Mona. Thank you very much for your well wishes. I appreciate those, but I'll be fine. I'll be alright. Nothing can keep me down. Never fucking does. It is I, that entity which haunts the body and also the internet. I have noticed this vessel requires much water, whether for coolant or lubrication or the fatty brain tubes. I assume yours does as well. When did you last liquefy? I liquefied all over the place this morning. Like a Gaviscon advert. Everything was liquefied by the time I'd finished with it. Oh, you mean consumed liquids? Now, yeah, lubricate the insides. Yeah. I got you. Didn't want the TTS to spell it out for you. I appreciate that, Zabadin. I appreciate that. But I also appreciate the fact that you did a binary joke and then sent the 100 bits afterwards because you didn't want me missing out on the 100 bits. I would have read out the jokes. I would have read out the jokes. Because I know that my pain makes everybody happy. All right? Thank you so much for all these beautiful people that are lurking as well, especially those people that are choosing to use your 10 little channel points to tell Twitch that you still exist. I really, really appreciate that. By the way, friends, giving you all a heads up, we are running mid-roll adverts again. We're back on the mid-roll adverts after paying £200 for somebody else's bumper to be repainted because of the tiny, tiny scratches all over it. I need whatever money I can get. So we have got rid, after the stream we did where we deep dove into ads and exploring ads and what was best and stuff like that, we came to the conclusion that it was best to do mid-rolls anyway. 3 minutes of mid-rolls every hour. But I also said that I was going to keep the experiment going for a little bit longer. However, I realized that there was no point in that anymore, and I really should just be running the mid-rolls so I can get that extra little bit of coin to make up for some of the expenses that I have made over the last little bit. You know? Came here for Valen's interesting chat. I stay for Valen's disdain of dad jokes. I know, right? Disgusting is what it is. Disgusting. Does anyone else do the finger wiggle like Valen when he hears panda to my ego? Not hand it to my ego. I like it, but panda to my ego. Just working busy shit, but here and instinctively finger wiggle. Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Get your panderings all over my face. Yes, yes. How's it going, Cat Paws? How you doing? What's brown and sticky? A stick. God damn it, Prometheus. I cut my hair on Thursday night. Well, maybe it was a Friday, but it was around midnight. But I got a fringe or bangs. No, fringe. Fringe works. Fringe works. Or as we call it in Dutch, a pony. Do you know what? I can understand why it's called a pony. But I've never heard it called a pony before. Ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside and between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who did they think they are? The absolute audacity. The scandal. The preposterousness. The absolute outrage. How you doing, Aphelion Panda? How's it going? Aphelion Panda, I am now going to go over to your stream. I just wanted to double check. Yes, I do follow you. I have not seen you streaming, like live, in a really long time. And I know that you stream. And I was like, has Twitch unfollowed me? But no, I still follow you. I still follow you. I still do the thing. I just haven't seen that. Do you know what I mean? I haven't seen it in a long time. But welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. How you doing? How you doing, you cheeky little devils? Human beings, if you are new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. But I am a colossal filth wizard. I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No, right? How often do you have sex? Well, emos versus
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I had a phone call, so I completely missed the train. But here's a fun fact for the raiders and chat. Did you know that New York and Minnesota are opposites? New York is where the Big Apple is, and Minnesota is where the Minneapolis.
I hate you, Eris. I hate you and the horse you rode in on. Both of these things. Both of these things. Oh, good lord. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. Emos versus Chavs. First of all, your name reminds me of my childhood. When I was wandering around a communal park with other gothic types. And all the Chavs would pile in and we'd have a bit of a scrap. I remember those days with a medium amount of fondness. But you coming in, the first thing you ask me is how often do I have sex? Are you intrigued because you'd like to know about my virility? Are you intrigued because you would like to picture me coitally engaging on a regular basis? Or do you wish to imagine me home alone, furiously tugging one off because I have no partner? Oh. What is it that you would like to get from that question? Tell me more. There's a good chance that I'll facilitate it. I may even stop having sex with people just to fulfill your fantasy. How's that sound? How's that sound? Yeah? But welcome on in. I appreciate the follow. All the same, you know. Avelion Panda, how you doing? What was your stream? What were you up to? I missed the thing. I got distracted by somebody asking me about my sex life as the first thing they do when they come into the stream. But yeah, how was your stream? What did you get up to? What were you doing today? What was happening? You were Snufkin Melody of Moomin Valley. As in the Moomins. As in the old French TV show, The Moomins. People, go check out Aphelion Panda. Aphelion Panda is super wholesome, super, like, quite softly spoken, very relaxed atmosphere, just real chill vibes over there, but they're just a really nice human being. Just a really fucking nice human being. They also play quite an obscure selection of usually pretty chill games. But yeah, if you like nice chill vibes, you'll enjoy that over there. You'll enjoy it over there. You know?
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
If you flip a canoe over, you can wear it as a hat. Because it is capsized.
Why are you like this? Why? Why are you like this? What did I do to hurt you? What did I do to hurt you? Milky Park? What did I do? What have I done to wound you in this way? Friends? What is... You fuck. You poxy little nugget of fuck. Thank you very much for your 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. Oh my god. You finished The Witcher 3 last week, so I was looking for the next game to play. Snufkin was recommended. Only a short one, so served as a good buffer between long titles. I like it, I like it. Next one on the roster is Kingdom Hearts. Are you doing the full franchise, Panda? Or are you doing... Are you just going to do the first one? I remember playing Kingdom Hearts and feeling like I was very confused by it. I was like, why have Disney made their own version of Final Fantasy? I don't understand. But that was before I realized that JRPG was a genre and not just Final Fantasies, you know? But yeah, I, as always, by the way, Aphelion Panda, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a Snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go do so. Please look after yourself. I'm trying to catch up with chat a wee bit. But I'm feeling a little bit nauseous today, friends. So if I'm not my usual chaotic, bizarre, and outrageous self, that's the reason why. That's the reason why, right? May up dungeon it all, depends how much you enjoy it. Entirely fair. Entirely fair. Kingdom Hearts is one of those games that really takes over your life when you get into it. Fair. I mean, I think I might have an issue with it because I don't like Disney. I personally have a bit of a passionate hatred of Disney as an entire company. So I think that might also have affected my judgment. Do you know what I mean? May also have affected my judgment. Also, how you doing, Lamp? How's it going? Let me say hi to these wonderful raiders. I should have done this before, but... Aphelion Panda, Commander Pongal, Lamp, Finley, of course. Oh, Alexander Griffin, you came in as well. How you doing? How's it going, you beautiful individual? Anybody else that I've missed? Paladari, hello, you cheeky devil. Missed the sex life question. Hi, everyone. It wasn't really a question. Like, the first thing they said when they came into the chat was ask me about my my own sex life, which is, you don't know you're Brazilian? That's fair. That's fair. I will just give you a heads up. Emos versus Chav. Nothing against you. You are very welcome here, friend. No issues at all. It can be considered quite rude to ask somebody about their sex life the moment that you walk into the stream. Normally, saying hi works pretty well first. Do you know what I mean? Have a bit of a banter before you ask about somebody smushing their genitalia into somebody else's genitalia. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? But in answer to your question, I have sex when other wonderful consenting adults get all up in my business, and they're like, hey, Mr. Vane, you feeling sexy? And I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling really sexy. And then we get the twister mat out, and I grab the olive oil, and things escalate very, very quickly. And then by the end of it, I am there with a big Gandalf pipe, And there's a weird golem in the corner desperately trying to put his finger in my ring. That's pretty much the way it tends to go. It tends to go. Just generally speaking, you know. Oh yeah, and Mr. Tumnus wears a harness, you know. Those ones. Those things. How you doing though, you beautiful individuals? Let me give cheeky little shout outs to Wild Annie, because I've seen you just pop in here. Hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. People go check out Wild Annie. Ooh, what was Planets of Lana 2? I saw you playing this morning, but I was feeling pretty nauseous, so I was just kind of avoiding all noise for a while. But people go and check out the glorious Wild Annie. Wild Annie is the pinnacle of variety streamer. Plays every variety, every genre of every game that could possibly exist. You can pretty much find on Wild Annie's channel, and it's always a good time over there. Always really, really interesting and fun and exciting. You should also, while I'm doing this as well, go and check out the glorious Finley Short Stuff, the wonderful individual who's just got themselves a pony. Just got themselves a pony. How exciting is that? Oh, how exciting is that? That's pretty exciting. They are well into crafty shenanigans, doing a variety of different games. They tend to play quite cozy fantasy style games, but every so often they spice it up with something really off the wall. It has to be said. And also, go and check out the glorious Hey Alexander Griffin, who has a tendency to play story games. But only story games that have such deep and intricate and heartfelt stories that genuinely will cause tears and heartache. Despite the fact that Alexandra Griffin has one of the most sunny dispositions I think I've ever met, she has a very weird fixation on being horrifically upset. You see, it's a fixation that she has. It's very peculiar. All right. Generally speaking, all happy sunshine and rays, and then every so often, every single time she gets on a game, she's like, what game should I play today? Well, this one's gonna make me want to tear my soul out of grief. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let me, where was I? I'll go from there. Fuck it. Had the pleasure of bumping into old friends this weekend, Finley. Yeah, showing them the beauty that is my Gandalf the Slay with the big natties and cosplay. I am so proud. I love this. Love this. How you doing, Jason Andrew? Welcome on in. Val, I wish to express gratitude. When I last infested this wonderful place with my vapors, I was, of course, in airs of such beautiful longing and desperation, but my thirst has been quenched. And a beautiful man, much to my surprise, has taught me well that I am, in fact, an absolute tiger and full not only of hunger, but such genuine potent love of not only bodily vessel, but the fluid vapors inside, and not entirely selfishly. Life is good. Prometheus, that fills me with such joy. I'm really, really glad that you have found such wonderful love in your life. That makes me very, very happy in my soul, you beautiful being. Well done. Well done for finding that wonderful being, and long may you both share each other's company and big each other up and make each other feel loved and wanted, you know? Yeah, now? You've been sneaky, you have been sneaky, Panda. God damn it. And this Valen will never apologize for how shiny that blazer is. Very, very shiny. It's a very metallic blazer that this is, Commander Puggle, honestly. Pretty wild. Every day, because capitalism fucks me on the regular. I like it. I like it. How you doing, Alexandra, you beautiful individual? How's it going, you cheeky devil? I had a dream about you the other day, Alexandra. Not like that. Calm yourself. Jesus Christ. What are you like? I can't remember all of the dream, but I remember going into a coffee shop and I was wearing sweet fuck all. And I looked over and there you were, sat having a Kappa Frappa Lappuccino. And you looked over at me and went, and carried on with your book. That was the entire thing. That was the entire endeavor. I was like, oh, okay. there we go. That's the whole scenario. Also, okay, fit, killing it with the necklace. Thank you very much, Lamp. I'm dressed especially nice today on account of the fact that I feel really ill. Feel really ill, just like lots of nausea going on, but it's all right. It's okay. I also, friends, for all these beautiful people who just joined us, I backed my car into a parked car the other day. It was real late at night. When I say late at night, I'm talking like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I drove round to where I normally park my car. And then I was like, oh no, I can't park there this time. There's some other shit going on. I was like, fuck, I can't park there this time. And I was like, right, where the fuck do I park? Well, there is a set of parking spaces somewhere near me, and either I can go round the full block in order to get those parking spaces, or I could just reverse up. You know? It's only like 20 meters. I could just reverse up. That'd be fine and dandy. So I put the car into reverse and started reversing. And then I became suddenly very paranoid because I was like, I'm reversing like around a corner. It was only like 20 meters, but it was still around a corner. And I was like, I'm reversing around a corner. Like somebody's going to come up behind me. Someone's like literally going to turn this corner at high speeds because it's late at night and they don't expect any fucking traffic. And they're going to go right up my arsehole. They're not even going to buy me a drink first. Do you know what I mean? So I was so worried about like somebody coming around this corner that I was focusing on my wing mirror here and my fucking like my wing mirror here, or my rear view mirror and my wing mirror. And then I heard, and I was like, no. And I turned around and it was like literally the back of my car had just scratched the bumper of another car. And I was like, you fucking bastard. No. Fuck. So I whipped round, parked up my car. It was, like I said, it was like fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. I was just so fucking tired and so paranoid and like focusing on what was going on here. I was in such a good mood as well, and then I was in such a bad mood. I was like, fuck me. So I got home and like literally I was like the damage on my car was fucking tiny. There was like one scratch or what have you. And the damage on their car, because I was so tired, it felt like the damage on their car was like I'd taken the entire fucking bumper off. I'd taken the entire bumper off, but I hadn't. It was okay. It was all right. But I went and I looked, and it was like it looked like a big graze, but it turned out to just be like a few scratches. Thank fuck for that. But I left my number. I was just like, hey, I'm so sorry. Last night I reversed into your car. This is my mobile number. Give me a call tomorrow, and we'll sort something out. Which then naturally meant that I didn't sleep very well because my brain was going, you've just backed your way into a fucking car. You've just reversed into some bloke's car, or some lady's car, some non-binary person's car. I think it was, in fact, I had a feeling it was one of the neighbors, which is the reason why I immediately was like, it's a bloke, because I had a feeling it was that person's car. And I was like, fuck. And it's a really nice new car as well. It was really nice and really new, and I was like, fuck. So I left my number, and then I waited. And I waited and I waited, and I didn't sleep very well because, of course, my brain's going, you fucking idiot. What a fucking prick you are. You literally could have just taken the 2 minutes to drive around the fucking block and just get to the car parking space as you were going to do before, but you didn't. You fucking chose to try and cut corners, you absolute piss flap. And then I woke up in the morning, and then I spent the entire morning, like I'm sure you neurodiverse people will probably know this better than most, but waiting period. When you wake up, when you are in a waiting period because something is going to happen and you're not entirely sure when, but it means you can't do anything else. So I was just in that thing. I wasn't like worried about them like kicking off or anything like that, because I was like, if they kick off, they kick off. I'll just fucking deal with it. Do you know what I mean? But I was just in waiting period because I was like, I don't know whether they're going to be okay with it. I don't know whether they're not going to be okay with it. I don't know how much it's going to cost. I don't have the money to be throwing at some like fucking paint job and stuff like that. But I am not going to fucking raid it. I'm not going to fucking hit and run. Do you know what I mean? That's not the kind of person I am. Fortunately, it was the neighbor I thought it was. And he was just like, that's really fucking shit. I'm like, accidents happen. I appreciate you putting the your number on there so we can get it all sorted and what have you. And I was like, yeah, no worries. Doing it all with like no need to go through insurance or anything like that. He was like, I've got a couple of mates that work in a garage that'll be able to fix this right up. And they'll do it on the cheap for us. So I'll just let you know how much it is if that's all right. And I was like, you fucking legend, not an issue. I was like, you've got my number. Give me a shout. Give me a message. And we'll get it all sorted. So 200 quid paint job later, which was much better than I was expecting it to be, because on some of these new cars, they don't just like they don't just repaint the one area. They don't just buff it out and repaint the one area. They remove the entire bumper and then repaint the entire bumper, and it costs even more fucking money. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. But fortunately, it didn't cost that. It cost 200 quid, which was about what I was expecting to pay, but it was 200 quid that I don't freely have available. So I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, typical. Bloody typical. Do you know what I mean? Combine that with the nausea. And it's been one of those things. However, I had a fucking wonderful time on Saturday night doing this presentation. There was a whole load of different presentations. But I did, as I was saying to these wonderful people, on all you new raiders that have just joined us, I did a presentation because it was my friend's birthday, and she asked us specifically to make 10-minute presentations. So a presentation that lasts 10 minutes. And somebody did one on astrophysics, and someone did one on evolution, and evolution and its relation to folklore. Someone did one on being a prepper, on like survival instincts and preparing for the apocalypse and shit. Someone did one on mushrooms, which I'm sure many of you will be very happy with. And I did mine on the importance of towels. Very important. Taken. How you doing? My first name was Taken. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Taken. My first name was Taken, who has just appeared in chat now. Was a massive fan of my 10-minute seminar on the importance of towels. Yep, the importance of towels, Alexander Griffin. Very important. Very, very important things. They literally, if it wasn't for towels, everything we know about the space-time continuum and the fabric of the universe would just unravel. Just unravel. Completely and utterly. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. As I proved in my 10-minute talk, you know. Douglas Adams is so proud. It's true, yeah. Alison the Glamber, how you doing? Long time no see. How you doing? How's it going? There were in fact Moomins in the Moomin game, much to... There were in fact Moomins in the Moomin game. Much to Lamp's shock. I'm shocked that you thought that there wouldn't be Moomins in the Moomin game, to be quite honest with you. Why would there not be Moomins in the Moomin game, Lamp? What the hell? Said all that. Quirky Crit, how you doing? How's it going? Eris's joke brought me out of luck. I hope everyone's doing well, and they can be as much love as we shame about your car incident this weekend. Yeah, it's alright. It is what it is. Is what it is. Wild Annie. Weirdly, I'm seeing the ad above chat, not like the normal way, where you are moved to about that. Yeah, so they've started doing these new ads, Wild Annie. So if you opt into it, then obviously I know you'll know about the banner ads. So there'll be a banner down the side, or a banner along the bottom, or a banner down the side, or what have you. But some ads, depending I think on price, on what the fucking advertiser pays or what have you, won't cover the screen. Instead, it'll appear above chat, like up here somewhere. It's a very, very peculiar scenario. I don't fully understand why they're doing it, but fuck it. If it's not interrupting stream, then I'm perfectly fine with it. Do you know what I mean? Don't usually see them above chat. That was all right, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. We are running pre-rolls. We are running mid-rolls again. We've stopped doing the pre-roll, mid-roll experiment after the conclusion that mid-rolls are much better. And now that I am 200 quid down that I wasn't expecting to be, I need every penny I can get. So we're absolutely running mid-rolls again, which are due in 1 minute and 40 seconds. But don't worry, we'll distract ourselves with different conversation during that time. Wild Annie, I shall not describe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the Mirror of Fame means you get access to my personal Snapchat. None of them Snapchat, you cheeky devil. You also get a discount on the merch store, as all of our delightful little subscribers do. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? You know? There we go. I know a few people who are in the trenches with that game and the entire fandom in general. I know an awful lot of people that are well into Kingdom Hearts, but I also know a fair few people. I know a fair few people who have tried to get into Kingdom Hearts and have failed miserably. And I am one of them. I've been told that it's like for a Disney game that it's actually really fucking cool and intricate and a surprisingly dark like storyline and stuff like that, but I just can't get into it. I just can't fucking get into it. I'd wager it's about the virility. Such an absolute panther, so delightfully androgynous and wise in these ways. Must be astonishing sight of stamina and animal vigor. It's a natural assumption on first witness, but perhaps it's less about the sex and more about your combat capabilities. Good cardio is the mark of a Spartan. I do not have good cardio. I do not have good combat capabilities. I can throw somebody about the boudoir, but that's a different scenario. Do you know what I mean? That's a different scenario. You had a fun time presenting, as I'm sure you always do, my sweet cherub. Maybe one day I can also have fun when you are presenting too. Maybe one day, Taken. What do you mean? You always have fun when I am presenting. You always have fun. You are always lapping up all of the juicy details that I throw your way. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes literally. Do you know what I mean? You can prove that you don't. I know we've got video evidence saying that you do. Do you know what I mean? Just saying. Especially your confusion over Lemsip. But I won't talk about that yet. I have beautifully had some friends film the entirety of my presentation. So it's not me enjoying it. I squeaked. That is your enjoyment. I get it. I understand. Do you know what I mean? I understand. The presentation itself was filmed, so I will at some stage put it all together and make it into a YouTube video, and I'll stick it out there so you people can you also can enjoy the wonders of Harry's squeak. Do you know what I mean? Providing I get the consent of all of the people that were caught within the video. Do you know what I mean? Oh, where was I? I know Amy also really didn't like it when she played it for as a sub goal. Oh right, yeah. She did finish it, but we're not getting a playthrough of 2. That's fair. That is fair. I really struggled with it. I tried to get into it, but I just couldn't get on board it. Couldn't get on board it at all. Evening Valentine, how's sex going? Exactly, Wild Danny. Exactly. Sex, yeah, it's going pretty well. I will say it's going pretty well. I would say that it is of a delightful variety. You know, the in-out hokey pokey. It's just one of them things, you know. Lux, how you doing, you beautiful individual? What in God's name is this? What is this emo? Oh, it's a creepy hand. I was like, is that some kind of strange giraffe-style dinosaur? No, it's a creepy hand. It's a creepy hand, Val. It's a creepy hand. Imagine walking into the hair salon and exclaiming to no one in particular, "How often do you have sex?" I know, right? It's an odd choice of greeting, but you know. I am a stranger on the internet. They're not losing anything by asking it, I suppose. No verbal or written narrative, story, side-scroller, puzzle story games. Exactly. Generally speaking. But you do play narrative games as well, Wild Annie. You do play narrative games. I've seen you play narrative games. Absolutely. Do you know what I mean? You were really upset about all of it? About a storyline in... what's it called? Cyberpunk? Alexander Griffin? And games allow you to grenade everything? Yeah, exactly. Got a pony, well, a horse in Mongolian Skyrim as well. I have heard mixed things about Mongolian Skyrim, that I now cannot remember the name of the game for the life of me. But are you enjoying it, Finley? Are you having a good time with it? Are you having a good time with it? Enders Baptist. Boys. The Bright's only ones who are into deep, depressing things. Most certainly. Most certainly. I'm trying to not say too much because I know that some people are not seeing anything because we're in the ads, in the middle of ad shenanigans. The sleep deprived paranoia is so real. It really fucking is. It really, really fucking is. You're a good egg. I don't know. I just like to be a decent human being. Painted lady. I don't believe in karma. I don't believe in karma or any of that shit. It doesn't make... If karma existed, there wouldn't be so many evil people in charge of the world. That's my view of it. So I don't believe in karma or anything like that. But I do believe that if you can put good out into the world, you should put good out into the world. So there was absolutely... I could literally have reversed into that car and walked away and nobody would have been the wiser. Nobody would have been the wiser. With the amount, the very little scratches that I had on my car, like there was no way that you could have like absolutely identified it as me by any stretch of the imagination. The car wasn't parked anywhere near the person's house, so they wouldn't have got any like ring camera footage or anything like that. There was no way they would have done that, but I couldn't do it. I was like, no, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be a fucking hit and run kind of person. I am going to absolutely leave my number and I'll absolutely pay for whatever fucking damage I've caused because that's really fucking shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't ever expect that to come back my way by any stretch of the imagination. I don't expect that. That's just not the way that I perceive life. But that doesn't mean that I'm ever going to be okay with not putting it out into the world, you know? You know? Wait, no pun intended, that whole thing, waiting thing, and unable to focus on anything else isn't something everyone else does. Generally speaking, Astra, the waiting mode is something that is well known amongst neurodiverse people. As in, I can't do something else because I am waiting to do this one thing in 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours time. Most neurotypical people, and I'm sure there will be variation, but most neurotypical people do not tend to get that. They'll be like, cool, I've got that in 2 hours. Well, I'll start this, and then whenever I need to leave because I can leave this whenever I need to. Because the vast majority of neurotypical people, as I understand it, the vast majority of neurotypical people don't tend to get hyperfocus. And therefore don't focus so much on something that they miss the window for the other thing. Or worry about missing the window for the other thing because of a hyperfocus or because they get distracted or because they forget about it entirely. So yeah, waiting mode, as it were, is a very much a phenomenon predominantly seen amongst neurodiverse individuals. You know, plenty of modern cars don't have separate little body panels for several areas. So if you fuck it, then you have to fix the whole thing. Yeah. Which is a pain in the hoop. But yes, Alexander Griffin, the importance of towels. The importance of towels, I know. Yeah, it was taken from the Douglas Adams thing. And as I was explaining before all these beautiful raiders came in, when I was making the presentation itself, I actually had to buy. I own the TV version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on DVD. But I don't have any way to rip the DVD onto a digital format. I have a DVD player upstairs, but I don't have any way to rip the DVD onto a digital format to take sections out of it. So I had to rebuy all of the Douglas Adams TV series, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in order to clip the certain sections I needed to back up my all of the information I had on the importance of towels. It was a very, very thrilling discussion. It has to be said. You know, I've gotten significantly better at driving over the past 2 years, but every time I hit someone's bike backing out of a space, I instantly panic. I think it's done the worst possible damage. Oh yeah, absolutely. I will say but I am a very, very confident driver. I am a really, really, really confident driver. In the first 12 months of me driving, because I was a pharmaceutical auditor, because I learned to drive when I worked for the pharmaceutical company, they would not let me drive my own car So in the first 12 months of driving, my first year of driving, I drove fucking hell, like 50 cars, 50 or 60 cars. Because they would not let me drive my own car. I always had to have a hire car. And every single time I had a hire car, it was a different car. Different shape, different size, whether it was diesel or petrol. Sometimes they were manual, sometimes they were automatic. Sometimes they were newfangled and you had a little button to press and it started it. Sometimes it was just the clutch and the fucking thing. I have driven that many different cars in my life that I'm now just confident in driving whatever. Do you know what I mean? And sit me in a car, it might take me a couple of minutes to get used to where the clutch point is and where the just get used to the inner workings of that car, and then I'm fucking sweet. However, when I'm fucking sleep deprived and I'm reversing at 2 o'clock in the morning and genuinely fucking paranoid about some car coming up my ass, I will absolutely back into another car. And it's £200 for the lesson. Do you know what I mean? That's taught me a lesson, and the lesson cost me £200. How's it going, Tom Bacons? How you doing, you beautiful individual? How you doing, you cheeky devil? Oh, hello. I enjoyed hanging out with you earlier today, Tom, even. People go check out Tom Bacons. Tom Bacons does lunchtime streams, where when they are having a lunch break from their work, from their day-to-day really real job. And I use these kind of thingies because everyone, not you people, but generally speaking, people don't believe that this is a really real job, and therefore your really real job. They tend to do lunchtime streams. They also do other streams on top of that, but they tend to do lunchtime streams. Sometimes it's a bit of Fall Guys, sometimes it's a bit of Hades 2. And it's just one of those things. Keep you company over your lunch hour. Do you know what I mean? Alison, you good? I'm very glad to hear that you're good. I feel nauseous as shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel nauseous as shit. I feel really, really ill. But it's nothing I can't handle. It's not. I've got a mug of water here and a mug of Coca-Cola here for sugar and caffeine or hydration, one of the two. So I'll be fine. I'll be all right. I totally didn't ignore the game's title and was surprised that they had Moomins in a Moomin game right up until the credits. Oh my god. God damn it, Lamp. What are you like? Don't usually see them above chat. Yeah. It's a new one that I only discovered myself a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. It was wild. But like, I'm glad that Twitch are looking at less intrusive. No worries, you take it easy, Finley, beautiful bean. I'm glad that Twitch are looking at less intrusive. What's the words I'm looking for, Val? Less intrusive advertising options. Absolutely. If they can do it, then I'm glad they are doing it. Do you know what I mean? Multitasking by playing Dragon Age 2 and watching the stream is not easy because the game is addicting, but I'm managing. That's fine. It's okay. If you want to just drop into lurk, Allison, and mute the tab or what have you, and then play on your game, do that. No issues at all, friend. No issues at all. Totally random, but the character I'm trying to romance in Dragon Age 2, Meryl, is super naive. She genuinely thinks that getting mugged in a city is some sort of odd greeting. I've definitely met people that naive before. I once met an individual on a night out, and I'm quite good at reading people. I would say I'm quite good at reading people. So I would know if this person was like trolling the fuck out of me. But she genuinely believed, and I will say that it was a level of naivety that I found quite preposterous. But I just felt sorry for her. Because I was like, other people have told you this shit, and you have just absolutely bought into it without questioning your educator's integrity at all. Do you know what I mean? She genuinely believed that the reason why the dinosaurs died out is because they ran out of monkeys to eat, because monkeys went extinct during the dinosaur times, and then came back afterwards. And she genuinely believed that cows out in the wild, lived underground, like wild beef, bison, and what have you, lived in caves underground because cows, generally speaking, don't like getting their hair wet, and that's the reason why we build barns for them in this country. Those were things. And initially, I genuinely thought she was taking the piss. As you can imagine, you don't hear that. See you later, buddy, and you take it easy. You don't hear something like that and immediately think this person's being serious. So I thought she was taking the piss. I thought she was genuinely fucking taking the piss. And then it was only as the conversation went on that I was like, no, you fully fucking believe this. This is, you fully fucking believe this. What the actual fuck? You know what I mean? Kingdom Hearts is fun, but for me, some areas make it almost rage-inducing. I just got bored. But that's me. That's me, you know. Cyberpunk punched me in the emotions yesterday, but I did finish the Phantom Liberty DLC. That's amazing. Have you now completed it, Alexander Griffin? Have you completed the thingy? Also, I realized that you were in ads, and I don't know how the ads are working again now. But did you hear about my dream? Did you hear about my dream? You might have been off doing something else, but I just wanted to know. Love that type of story, but where there's no words, no text, but the story is clearly communicated by artwork and gameplay. Oh yeah, absolutely, Wild Annie. I'm with you on that one. You didn't hear about my dream? You were in my dream. I'd sat here and told everybody the minute and interesting, very, very like hot under the collar, sweat-inducing details, and you weren't even here. Yeah, you Alexandra, you were in my dream. Your delightful visage frequented me in the land of Nod. And you did it on purpose when I was in an ad. I didn't do it on purpose when you were in an ad. I did it before the advert, but evidently you still weren't here. Weren't paying attention to my beautiful face. Scandalous, I tell ya. Bloody scandalous. Yeah, I was saying that you were in my dream. Just very briefly. I walked into a coffee shop in my dream wearing sweet fuck all. I was wearing a very, 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 very small outfit. You were at the coffee shop, at like one of those high tables, drinking a Kappa Frappa Lappuccino.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Zabadian gifting 6 months of tier 1 to Alexander Griffin. 6 months? Zabadian, you just said goodnight. You were going to sleep. Thank you so much for that. That is so fucking kind of you, Zabadian. God damn it. You are so unbelievably wholesome. You beautiful, beautiful being, you. You beautiful being. 6 whole months. Holy 6 months. Exactly. Every one of those 6 months will have 1 hole in it. Did you like that, Zabadian? Did you like that? Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy my puns, Zabadian? Did it make you laugh? Did it make you chortle? Chortle? No worries, then. No worries. Hey, Alexandra Griffin. Your name is now described on the Mirror Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. You also get discount on all the sexier merchandise items that we have in the merch store. And you get access to all the sexy early emotes. But the most important thing as well, you know, for the next 6 months, you need to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? You cheeky little devil, you. How's it going, J2? How you doing, you beautiful bean? Yeah, so we went into the coffee shop wearing a fig leaf, and Dream Alexandra was drinking a coffee beverage. No, you're drinking a Kappa Frappa Lappuccino. Whatever the fuck that is. And you looked up at me, and the only expression you went drinking a beverage, just. And then carried on reading your book. Carried on reading your book. You looked me up and down with the height of judgment for my fig leaf scenario. I can't even remember what I was wearing. I remember it being not appropriate for terms of service. And judged the fuck out of me. You know how like some people, like you go into like a bar or something, you go on a night out or what have you, and you're like, oh my god, that person over there is absolutely eye fucking the shit out of me. And they're just absolutely, they're fucking looking you up and down. They're like, oh my god, oh no, fucking oh. I usually do it to partners. Do you know what I mean? When you're in a romantic liaison and you're like, fucking, you did like the eye, like if there's eye fucking, you did the eye disgusting. You were just disgusted with what the actual fuck is this person doing in this coffee shop. Anyway, swiftly back to my book. Where was I? It was good to see you there. It was good to be there, Tom. It was good to be there. Don't believe this is a real job because all jobs are made up and your actual real job is upsetting me personally. Honestly, my first name was taken. If I could get professionally paid to just disgust you in your soul and make you feel really unnerved, I would take that job. I would take that job. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even part-time, I would take that job. I also feel like it'd be good for promotional value as well because I am like very good at it. I am very, very good at it, you know? Hate to hear it. No idea why I keep going here. Neither do I. Because you're a glutton for punishment. That's what it is. You're an absolute glutton for the... I think you might have not like a humiliation kink, just like there's a little part of you that really enjoys the metaphorical feeling of, or the feeling of metaphorical vomit at the back of your throat. I feel like that's what it is. Just you get a little quiver in your quim, a little buzz of excitement when you're like, why is he like this? Semi. Do you know what I mean? I love her, but I'm very all concerned for it. Understandably, Alison. Understandably. Dinosaurs died out because they didn't have the plentiful supply of Yorkshire tea. Honestly, Tunakers, that's more believable. That is much more believable. Cows, well known to be found in burrows. Those burrowing cows, they are a whole thing, right? So many people think that like cave structures are caused because of like underground rivers and tectonic plates moving and shit like that. Little do they know that it's actually just the burrowing nature of the well-known herbivore, a cow. Bovine burrowers, you know. Well, I shouldn't laugh. Oh no, Painted Lady. I laughed when I first, like, when she first said it, and then I was like, oh no, you just actually fucking believe this. Jesus Christ. And it was one of those people, you know, those people you meet where they'll read something once and then they stick to their guns about it. No matter what you fucking say, it's like, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. She was very much one of those people. So me trying to convince her about like comets or ice ages or the extinction of the dinosaur and the fact that there was multiple extinctions of the dinosaur, she just had no fucking concept of it. No wanting of concept of it. Farmers keep their pet bears to flush them out of their warrens. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When they say pet bears, we mean like ferocious grizzly bears, but the size of a Jack Russell. The education system failed that person on so many levels. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But it wouldn't surprise me. Like, I definitely have met people that would say stuff like that to children just because they find it funny, not realizing that the kid would, that kid in particular would just believe them, you know? You have to finish the base game now? Oh, okay. So you've done the DLC to make sure that you're not going back on yourself, basically. Are you near the end at the very least, Alexandra? Are you near the end? Why does Barbie, the toy doll, never get pregnant? Because Ken comes in a different box? Oh my god, Tunakers. Good lord. Come on now. Oh, that's so bad. So bad. You know? How you doing, J2? How's it going, you beautiful bean? 100% valid to have mood, right? Absolutely. Exactly, Senpai. That's the look you give me all the time. I get it. I understand. Dream Alexander is a dick. Look, I mean, I have the I've got the small print Alexandra, that where I openly say that I cannot be held responsible for Dream Valen. Do you know what I mean? However, I have yet to hear such small print, like a disclaimer, come from you, which means that I am absolutely 100% holding it against you for your dream versions discussed. It was obviously a subconscious thought of yours that traveled through the towel of the universe, and then supplanted itself in my brain while I was sleeping. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've seen in the city I live in, to be honest. Alexandra, don't make that sound like a challenge. Just why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Bold of you, I have to admit. Because as my first name was taken, can attest, there are definitely things that can't be unseen. but you know. Also, once you have a quick time, look at mod chat. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Sembar, for letting me know. I actually did know about that because it was mentioned in my stream team Discord by Finley. But I fully understand your actions, so thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Hate to hear it. No idea why I keep coming here. Exactly, right? Exactly. Stockholm Syndrome. Kiara. Yes. How you doing, Mel? How's it going, you beautiful individual? That was a fun moment to come in on. Sometimes it'd be like that, you know? I just feel like a bullied stepdad. Good. Though we're gonna have to be careful about that. My first name was taken because they're making step person pornography illegal in the UK. So our sultry liaisons will soon become a thing of illegality. You know, where we role play, where you're my stepdad and I bully the fuck out of you, just so you can get a little feeling in your loins. We're gonna have to curb that enthusiasm, apparently. Do you know what I mean? Wait, burrowing cows? What? Yeah, I was talking, Mel, about how many years ago I met a young lady who genuinely believed, and I thought she was taking the piss, and then as the conversation went on, I realized that she wasn't, who genuinely believed that cows lived underground, wild cows. So cows that weren't on farms and stuff like that lived underground because they really didn't like getting their hair wet in like the rain and stuff, and that's the reason why farms built barns in the UK, because cows like really freak out if they're out in the rain for too long. It's a genuine belief of hers. The Carl Pilkingtons of the world. Yeah, Carl Pilkington example, he thought that cannibals would get people hard before killing them, so there would be more meat to go around. Of course he did. Of course he fucking did. I really struggled with Carl Pilkington because the humor isn't my kind of humor, but I understand why people enjoyed it. Absolutely understand why people enjoyed it. Hoping to finish your stream too. That'd be really, really cool, Alexandra. That'd be really cool. A bit too bleak for me, and my brain needs to be done with the game. That's fair. Will you not just take a break for a little while? Do you disclaimer? I'm not responsible for Dream Alexander. There you go. I see how it is. If you need to lurk, Alexandra, go lurk. You don't have to answer my question by any stretch of imagination. This is Harry. He likes his personal space. This is Valen. He also likes Harry's personal space. Accurate. Fucking accurate. It's so true. So unbelievably true. So the step will have to be replaced with another code. Oh yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, Mel. Australia has been locked out of Pornhub and other websites, and apparently can't take subs until they get set up age verification. It's exactly the same in the UK, Midgard. The UK, Pornhub have declared, and I completely fucking get why. I don't like it, but I completely fucking get why. Since the Online Safety Act and the whole age verification thing, Pornhub have been paying a minimum of $2,000 a month to have age verification. They probably pay more than that. They probably paid like $5,000 or $6,000 a month to get the age verification for for people accessing Pornhub, which is a lot of money to spend on making sure that British people can access Pornhub if they want to. However, when you combine that with the fact that Pornhub visits from Britain, and when I say from Britain, I mean obviously VPNs exist and a lot of people will have just accessed it outside of the UK. I'm not saying you should do that, but I am saying it's what people would have done. They just went, you know what, fuck it. Like the UK visits to Pornhub dropped by 70%. Why the fuck would they spend $5,000 to $6,000 a month on a third-party company to verify IDs when they can just stop supplying us with porn? So yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole fucking thing. However, they made strangulation, pornography illegal in the UK. A little while ago, they made face-sitting pornography illegal. There was whole issues with that. And the most recent thing that they are doing is trying to make stepfather, stepmother, stepsister, stepbrother pornography illegal, because it is one of the fastest growing genres of pornography. And it's interesting when you look into the psychology of stuff like that, because it isn't exactly what you say. Mel, was it Mel? Yeah, the whole replace with another code. It isn't the fact that it's a stepmother, stepsister, stepbrother fact of the matter. That doesn't fucking matter. What it is taboo. And people get off on taboo things. People get off on something being taboo. You know? I can pretty much guarantee, I mean, can't fully guarantee, but I can pretty much guarantee that the vast majority of people consuming that content are not doing it because they have a sexual attraction to their own step siblings and or siblings. It's much more likely that they just enjoy the taboo of it being like a social faux pas. You shouldn't fucking do it. It's a bit naughty, you know? Having done a lot of research into fantasies and what fantasies are and what constitutes as a fantasy, a lot of people do not want their fantasies actually played out. Their fantasies are in their brain for a reason, and they are happy for them to stay in their brain, you know? So yeah, it's been an interesting thing, but it's exactly what you say. Like, as soon as they ban step familial pornography, because the thing that got me was the fact that one of the arguments, like, it's not my cup of tea by any stretch of imagination, because when somebody says like step sibling or step thing, is my immediate thought is to my actual siblings, and that makes me sick in my soul. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's because my brain, when someone turns around and goes the word sister, whether it's got step in front of it or not, the word sister, my brain goes, you've got two sisters. And I go, huh? No, fucking out, no, fucking done, no, you know? So yeah, that's a whole thing. But I know a lot of people like do it for the taboo and what have you. But in exactly what you were saying, like, they're just gonna change the code. It won't be step sibling anymore. There'll be a rise of secretary things, or student lecturer things, or I reckon you'll probably find a big rise in cheating pornography, because again, it's not the dynamic of the incest that gives it the appeal. It's the fact that it's taboo. It's the fact that it's, like, generally speaking, it's something you shouldn't do. It's a social faux pas and stuff. So you'll probably find that cheating pornography goes up. That a lot of people is like, oh, I'm sleeping with your girlfriend when you're at work. That kind of thing. You'll probably find that a lot. But as I was saying, I find it really, really interesting, especially with the UK, because the UK being the fucking heart of censorship at the moment. One of the reasons why they've argued to ban step sibling or step familial pornography is because it's not legal to do that in the UK. They were like, it's not legal to have step sibling marriages and step sibling relationships, so it should be illegal for pornography as well, which is basically the same argument they did for strangulation pornography. Is it was like, you are not allowed to strangle your significant other in the bedroom or outside the bedroom. That is an illegal act in the United Kingdom, therefore should not be allowed on pornography either. There shouldn't be an influx of people wanting to strangle their partners because they saw it on a porn site. You know, an interesting concern, not one that I think warrants the zealot nature that they have put behind it. But they went on about this, and then a politician, a very brave I can't remember who it was, but some brave politician actually pointed out that you can marry your step siblings. you can marry your step siblings or stepmother or stepfather, so long as there's been a divorce, so long as there's no signs of like grooming, so long as like for example, if a stepmother married into the family when the stepson was 23 years old, and then she divorces the dad and marries the son, that is all legal within the UK, like the UK legal system. That is all legal. Is it immoral? Probably, yeah. Probably a bit weird, but it's all legal.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
It is indeed a Monday.
It is indeed a Monday.
Neuro says I have severe axonal neuropathy.
Oh.
Very pricey blood tests have been done. Hopefully a cause can be found.
I mean, as much as I appreciate the cause, do we know if there's a treatment, Razotter? Thank you very much for coming in for the tier 3 for the 55 months. Good lordy. And thank you very much for updating us on the state of your brain, you beautiful bean. I should now inscribe your name upon the Mirror of Vein, the tier 3 Mirror of Vein. By having your name upon the tier 3 Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Not even for you. That's tier 4 only, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them, and the tier 3 cursed emotes. But the most important thing, where are you? There you are. The most important thing is you go roll over, looking at your tiny little tier 3 mirror every morning and go, God, do I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally could. Ooh, harra, sexy, ooh, yes, me, yeah, you know? Yeah, now. Depends on if they can figure out a cause. The eye stuff may or may not be related. Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. Thank you very much for letting us know. And again, keep us posted if you are comfortable doing so, because I'd be interested to know what it's all about. I know it's been a long fucking journey for you. A long, long journey for you. Ozzy Osbourne, bro, I thought you died. What can I say? I fanbuck. I did. Deceased. And then I came back like a crazy train because I was sick of everyone crying, and as my song goes, no more tears, you know, just like that. What was I talking about? Yeah, that's the whole the latest pornography legal bullshit update. Like, it's one of those things that I had to check myself when I found out about the whole thing about like stepsisters and stepmothers and what have you, because again, it's not something that appeals to me because I can't get my own family out of my head when those things come up. I'm like, no, don't like that. It weirds me out. But so when I first heard the news that they were getting rid of like step sibling or step familial relation pornography, my immediate thought was, oh, well, fucking hell. All right. Like, I'm not really bothered because it doesn't affect me. I'm not that bothered. And then I had to check myself because I was like, oh, wait, no, this is still censorship. This is still censorship. This is still sex workers being punished for being sex workers. Like, it's a legal thing for those interactions to work within certain, like, is it immoral? Yeah, probably. But the people who are acting in it are all there. And I was like, it's not my cup of tea. I personally have a bit of an ick about it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, everyone that's involved in the visual aspect of this is all a consenting adult and a sex worker and what have you. I'm going to have to, although it personally makes me uncomfortable, I'm going to have to defend this because it is just another form of censorship where sex workers are going to get punished for it. Do you know what I mean? They are. We have barns to stop the cows getting wet because they shrink when they dry out in the sun. That makes sense. Yeah, that's right. That's why they get to the size of Jack Russells, yeah? And that's how mini cows are made. Absolutely. And the Scottish ones are the long, shaggy hairs because they don't have barns. They put them in the tumble dryer. The cow-based tumble dryer. Is the cow-based tumble dryer just one of those giant whirlwind machines? You just put the cow in and you just woo all over the place. Yeah. As a Scottish gal, I adore this analogy. They're still there. Heck, Pornhub has so much stuff on there. That is questionable. Oh, yeah. The documentary on Pornhub, what was it called? I think it was called Money Shot, but let me double check. Netflix, Pornhub, documentary. Yeah, it was. Money Shot, the Pornhub story. It's available on Netflix. Very, very interesting documentary. If you're interested in like sex work and what have you, then it's a very, very interesting documentary because it goes through Pornhub's origins, how it started, how it grew to what it has become, how they did have very immoral, illegal stuff on there, questionable at best, illegal at worst stuff on there, and then how the very understandable and very correct fight against Pornhub's immoral contact and illegal contact actually didn't affect any of the Pornhub like leading body, the Council of Pornhub, the fucking people on the high table of Pornhub. Didn't really affect any of those people, but it massively fucked over everybody, like all of the sex workers. Very, very interesting documentary if you're ever interested in finding that stuff about or learning into that stuff. But as a result, off the back of that, and this is one of the things that really annoys me about the Online Safety Act, is the fact that off the back of all of the awful stuff that Pornhub got caught out for, they ended up having to put in very strict regulations as to who can and who cannot upload pornography. They put in like ID checks, like we talk here about like needing an ID check to access pornography. Well, they put in ID checks to be able to upload pornography, which I think is a fucking great thing because it means that if anybody is putting up stuff that is illegal, that is immoral, etc., they can be tracked by legal authorities, by the law, and held accountable for their actions. You know, I'm not against people having to verify their ID on uploading pornography. It's the way that all of this shit happens. Oh yeah, that was my whole point. As I was coming back around to it, my brain's a bit fucking dead today. As I was coming back around to it, I got no issues with all of that side of things. The issue that I have is the fact that it affects sex workers the absolute most. And because of the Online Safety Act, which is now coming in from the UK and is looking to be spreading out across the rest of the world and what have you, is the fact that the Online Safety Act is happening, and it's like, cool, you now need to use your ID to access pornography. If you want to access adult content, not only pornography, but let's talk about pornography because that's the current subject that we're talking about. If you want to access pornography, you've got to put your ID in there, which is site by site. Each people have different sets of things. And as I said from the very fucking beginning, it is not going to stop people from watching pornography. It is going to stop people from watching ethical pornography. Pornhub have declared that they are removing their services from the United Kingdom because of the fact.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Necrosomnia, you beautiful individual. Thank you so much for coming in with the Prime. I appreciate that. Greetings, you wonderful people. Greetings to you as well, you beautiful being. Let me finish my thought process and I'll be right with you. Yeah. So the only thing that's going to stop is people consuming ethical pornography, people consuming pornography that is made by consenting sex workers that are all over the age of 18. The people who have genuinely gone into sex work being of sound mind, body, legal age, consent. It will push people away from the ethical porn sites and push them into the sketchier porn sites that don't require you to use ID, but also have content on there that is illegal, that is immoral, that is unethical. You know, it's all that stuff. iFanBuck, how you doing? As respectful as possible. What are you talking about? I'm talking about pornography at the moment, friend. So my job, like this is my job. I'm a full-time content creator. On top of that, I also do cabarets and I do loads of shows and performances and stuff like that. But one of the things that we do a lot of here on this stream is talking about sex education, talking about like ethics and morality and education around sex. But I am also very much a person that believes that sex work is work. I have got many friends who work in the sex industry. And in fact, to be fair, in many ways, I also work in the sex industry, even though I don't get my genitalia out on camera and I don't have sex on camera or anything like that. I still work within the sex industry in a lot of the things that I do, in regards to the events that I run, in regards to like helping people out, being a consultant or a variety of different things. Like I very much still work in the sex industry. But sex work is real work. You get paid for it. They still pay their taxes. They still do all of those bits and pieces. They just get fucking condemned for shit. Do you think that porn is damaging to individuals? I think that people... Ooh, let me answer this tactfully. I think that lack of good sex education in educational establishments, like schools, for example, lack of good sex education means that young people seek out pornography to try and teach them about sex. And in that regard, porn can be damaging to individuals, because porn is not sex education. Porn is entertainment. In exactly the same way that you wouldn't watch a Marvel movie to learn about due legal process, you shouldn't watch pornography to learn about sex. So I think that a lack of good sex education, where people are taught about consent, they're taught about bodily autonomy, they're talking about the risks of all different elements of it. Lack of good sex education means that people are looking to pornography to educate them on how sex works. And as a result, that is damaging. There is also a dynamic for, or a conversation that could be opened up there in regards to porn addiction. But porn addiction is, as I understand it, I am not a psychologist or a therapist or anything like that, but I have looked into it. Porn addiction is about the dopamine that the brain gets when you are masturbating. And if you are struggling with negativity in your life, with depressing thoughts, with a big black cloud lingering over your existence, there is often a push to find dopamine, because the dopamine provides a little escape for you. And I know full well that I have definitely been like that before. I went through not porn addiction myself, but I went through a very long period of time where I strived to find any description of dopamine that I could, because it turns out, as I've reflected upon, I just needed dopamine. And as a result, I would put myself in extremely hazardous situations. I would put myself in very problematic scenarios because they became exciting, and being excited meant that I was getting the dopamine that I needed, and you know, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Denzi, hello, you beautiful individual. I think it's easy to misuse porn and use it as an escape. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Porn is a very, very quick scapegoat for a lot of problems for two reasons. One, because the vast majority of people misunderstand the sex industry. And two, a lot of people don't like to admit to supporting the sex industry. And as a result, they will double down to like circumvent the blame effectively. In exactly the same way that so many people who are advocate homophobes are also on Grindr. It's like, I'm gonna condemn this thing because I'm actually one of its biggest consumers. Shit. I don't want anyone looking at me and thinking that I am a consumer of pornography, so I'm going to shout with all my might about how bad pornography is so that no one could ever assume that I actually consume it. Do you know what I mean? On a completely separate note, people go check out Denzi. Denzi is a very, very good friend of mine who I love very, very, very dearly. A phenomenal cosplayer, absolutely sensational cosplayer. Plays a large variety of different games, going through Zelda at the moment. And they were playing some Metroid Sub-Zero. Was it Sub-Zero? Is that the Metroid game that you're playing? But Denzi's a wonderful friend of mine. She has a wonderful, supportive, wholesome, very joyous community. And I love hanging out there. I really, really fucking do. I also been playing through Hollow Knight as well, and I fucking love you playing Hollow Knight. I actively look out for it when when I see you pop up as streaming. Do you know what I mean? Right, let me do this for Necrosomnia, you beautiful individual. Thank you very much for waiting 6 minutes for that. Paladari, you beautiful individual. I'll get to your Victorian advice momentarily. I just want to finish up this conversation. Necrosomnia. Necrosomnia, your name is now inscribed upon the Mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, ooh, yes, yeah, you know? You know, you cheeky devil. I adore you too. Denzi, you beautiful bean. Where was I? Are these things being driven by religious sentiment, or is it purely political? Both, Midgard. Generally speaking, what it tends to be is it's about... I don't want to get into like conspiracy theories around it, but generally speaking, there is a pattern, shall we say. There is a pattern that starts with censorship of sex work, okay? It starts with censorship of sex work, and the censorship of sex work starts at one point, and then behind the censorship of sex work lies control. In exactly the same way that the church, the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, in the fucking ye olde medieval times, was like, you shouldn't fuck people unless you are married. They control sex and therefore control the people. And it's exactly the same fucking thing, slightly different, slightly more modernized. We censor this thing. We tell you what you can and can't do with other consenting adults. We tell you what you can and can't enjoy with other consenting adults. And as a result, we have certain controls over your lives, except for certain cycles. Yes, the higher echelons, there's always seems to be some kind of exemption clause, doesn't there? You know? Much appreciated. Your energy is just what I needed. Do you know what, Necro? I feel really ill today. I feel really ill today, but I can't avoid, I can't stay away from a good topic of conversation, especially when it revolves around sex or sex work or something like that. It's very much a passion of mine, and it is distracting me from the nausea that I'm feeling, so I'm very appreciative of it. In this country of Oz, you can marry your first cousin or aunt and uncle, but step siblings are morally wrong. Yeah, there seems to be an awful lot of those kinds of things, where it's like, this is okay, but this is completely not all right at all, you know? Now the issue with two, my brain goes to an actual sibling, parents, relatives. Yeah, exactly. So when I see pornography that says like step sibling or stepmother or what have you, my brain's like, no, don't like that. Don't like that at all. But what we're finding at the moment is there seems to be a few more alongside the step sibling, stepmother, stepfather, whatever. You also get my mom's hot best friend, or like my best friend's sister. And when they take out the as we mentioned a little earlier, when they do make step sibling or step familial porn illegal, it's just going to shift to that. That's all it's going to be. It's still going to be exactly the same taboo dynamic. Exactly the same taboo dynamic. This is taboo. It's going to scratch that exact itch. They're just going to shift it ever so slightly, you know? Let's realize neurological degradation is shit and no mistake. I hope they figure out the cause and that it's treatable. You and me both, Mel. Thank you very much for saying that as well. I appreciate that. But as much as I wish I could hear your enthralling voice all day, I unfortunately must do things. The horror that I know. Stay beautiful, chat. Pope Wit, you take it easy, beautiful being. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really, really appreciate you being here, you cheeky devil. But did that answer your question, by the way, iFanBook? I'm happy to talk about it a little bit more if you want. That's fine. Can we stop giving politicians fantastical ideas of accessing all messaging and devices, like with chat control? There's like several movie series about the supercomputer machines that predict crime and how we get horrible AI to control populations, and worst case get weapons. Like, I know this is two aspects, but sometimes I think this kind of stuff messes with authoritarian politicians and CEO brains. They try arguing with fighting child porn, but it exposes everyone to surveillance and dangers from the state. Oh yeah, Noraline, be under no illusion. Be under absolutely no illusion at all. The Online Safety Act that we've got here in the United Kingdom is not about protecting children. If they genuinely, if they cared about protecting children, several things would happen. Okay? First of all, they would fund better online security for schools. One of the biggest things, one of the biggest industries, not only in the UK but across the world, for targets for online hacking and data mining and data hacking and what have you, is schools. And the reason why, as they assume, is because if you hack a school that has all of the children's information, date of birth, where they live, what their mother's maiden name is, all of the usual security information, as well as potentially stuff like data identification numbers, like national insurance numbers and stuff like that. That means that when they turn 18 and they have when they turn 16 and they have their own bank accounts and they have their own earnings, they are much easier to scam from. If they cared about children, they would put a lot more money into protecting children's data, but they don't give a shit. Secondly, they would put a lot more money into actually educating children about the risks, because there are risks with pornography, there are risks with online sex education, there are risks about grooming and shit like that. They put a lot more money into educating them about those things. And they would also provide more resources and facilities and tools to allow parents to be able to protect their children more. They wouldn't make overall like things where it's just like, do you know what? We're gonna just ban everything unless you add your ID, because you've got to add your ID, not a credit card like we used to do in the 90s, where in order to verify that you were of the age of 18, you used a credit card like they do on Steam, but your photo ID. When the Online Safety Act happened, in the first month of the Online Safety Act happenings, on the dark web, which is where a lot of illegal activities happen, sales of UK passports and driver's license, as in sales of UK identification, legal identification, that other people can clone and use and what have you, went up 400%. 400%. Because people just went, yeah, I want it. It wasn't even just pornography. It was stuff like Wikipedia, Reddit, Discord, anything that could have adult content. And by adult content, we mean anything that references suicide, anything that references politically controversial topics, anything that references anything to do with genitalia, for whatever fucking reason. All needed photo ID, because they want to know what you're interested in. They want to know what you're paying attention to. It's exactly like you say, let's stop giving these politicians ideas, but the ideas start with the politicians. They just have the power to fucking do something about it. It's up to the rest of us to stand against it as often as fucking possible. You know? Just a bit behind. Yeah, I'll get a bit carried away. Thank you very much for explaining that to iFanbook. Porn can harm someone as much as food can. It's really about the context. Yes. Yeah. Porn can be very, very damaging. I'm not going to turn around and say it can't be very, very damaging, because it can. It absolutely fucking can. The question is it the fault of the pornography? Is it the fault of the producers, the makeup artists, the porn stars themselves? Or is it the fault of the person that is consuming them? Just like I'm going to use this as an example, okay? A YouTube channel dedicated to dieting, healthy eating, and in fact, let's just go with dieting and healthy eating. That in itself, potentially not all that damaging. You give that to somebody with an eating disorder, horrifically fucking damaging. Because they might be on a diet for somebody who is 5-6 times their BMI, but because in their mind they think they are that, it ends up being like really, really damaging to them and their body and what have you. You know? Friends, there is an advert going on at the moment, so we're going to take a momentary reprieve of the conversation, so that we can make sure that the delightful individuals that are hidden behind adverts are not missing out on anything. I will, however, use this opportunity. Paladari, are you still here, you beautiful being? Are you still here? I don't even know if you can... Oh, you should be able to hear me. You are a subscriber, I can see. Because I can use this opportunity to do the Victorian advice that Paladari very kindly has waited for 33 minutes. Of course you are. I appreciate that. Bip, bip. Hello. Friends, today's Victorian advice comes from Don'ts for Husbands. A book published in 1913, a year before the suffragette movement, a year before women had the right to vote. Happy International Women's Day for yesterday to all those women, cis or trans, or anybody who identifies as femme in themselves, whether that be because they are gender fluid or just particularly femme, etc. Happy International Women's Day for you for yesterday. And we're going to do don'ts for husbands, because sometimes husbands need to be told, don't. We're on chapter 2, personal relations. Okay, here we are. Don't begin your married life by expecting too much. If you expect little, you will be saved a good deal of disappointment. And I think that's actually very important, First of all, that you should only get married to somebody who you know very, very well. You know, you should only marry somebody who you know inside and out, so that you know how they are on good days and how they are on bad days, so that your expectations are not going to be made from frivolity and dreams. But I also think that you shouldn't set your expectations too high of, when we get married, it will solve all of our problems. When we get married, we'll fuck all of the time. When we get married, everything will be okay again. Because that is never the case. There is never one thing that will suddenly immediately fix every woe in your life. That just doesn't happen. It's not the way that it fucking works. But also, you shouldn't set your expectations too low either. You should have an understanding in your brain of what is bare minimum. What is something that you are happy with? What is something that you would personally be satisfied by? And what allowances will you make if that isn't being met? Self-respect. Just because you are marrying another person, regardless of whether they're the love of your life, you should still have self-respect and self-worth, an understanding of your self-worth, you know? There you go. There you go. And welcome back from my adverts, all you beautiful individuals. We took a momentary pause of the conversation so that you could come back and join us. You could come back and join us. Where was I? Too much of anything is bad, even oxygen. Everything in moderation. Yep, exactly. I agree entirely. And understanding, I think, especially when you start talking about like porn addiction and stuff like that, understanding why you are indulging in the so much pornography can be very, very helpful. But that requires some self-reflection, and many people really struggle with self-reflection because it requires you to face some of the darker elements of your psyche, you know. How about modest, unconditional, basic income? In what regards, Noraline? I missed the context of your question. In regards to what? Sex work? That kind of thing? Prawns, yeah. UBI is the only way forward. Also, to have an instant gratification at your fingertips can really affect how people treat their partners. Yes. Oh, God, yes. Absolutely. Frankie D, how you doing? Absolutely. I know an awful lot of people. There's a weird myth that goes around, all right? And this is predominantly within male circles, like cis male circles, where it's this whole thing of like, as soon as you get married, the sex stops. Now, that isn't just for men by any stretch of the imagination. That isn't also just in heteronormative dynamics by any stretch of the imagination. It happens in all dynamics for a million different reasons. And it predominantly happens for, like, there are a variety of different reasons why it could be, but it predominantly happens for one of two reasons. One, when you have something on tap, you feel no need to try and earn it. When you have beer in the fridge, there's no need to try and go to the bar to try and get some beer. When you have sex available in your boudoir, well, there's no need to try and work towards it. Do you know what I mean? To try and get in the mood, light the candles, set the mood. So a lot of people just become lazy with their wooings, and as a result, the other partner doesn't give a flying fuck. And that's not just men and women, or cis men and cis women. That is all people of all genders. People get very, very complacent with their love makings and what have you. Two, that when you get comfortable with somebody, when you get to a point where you are like married, for example, you are that comfortable with that person that you don't feel the need to hide aspects of your life. And what I mean by that is there are so many reasons that can put your foot on your sexual brake. So if you've got a sexual accelerator that makes you really, really horny, and a sexual brake that stops all that shit, stuff like stress, stuff like medication, stuff like health, sort of stuff like personal views of yourself, your personal self-worth, your self-appreciation for how you look and stuff like that, that can all put shitloads of pressure on your sexual brake. And when you've got pressure on your sexual brake, You don't feel the need to hide the fact that you aren't feeling in the mood from your partner because you are now comfortable with that partner. You don't feel the need to hide the fact that you are struggling with something because you are with the person that you love, you know? Now, sex does not end at marriage by any stretch of the imagination, but it all depends on the dynamic of and the healthy dynamic within that relationship. But it also doesn't mean that it has to happen in order to prove you're healthy. You know? There's an awful lot of these weird fucking thoughts around what should and should not happen in a relationship. And it's like, no, whatever happens in your relationship is what happens in your relationship. If it's a problem, then you need to talk about it. You need to communicate with it. And if need be, seek couples therapy to help you get through stuff like that, you know? But yeah, I find it very, very odd that that's a whole thing that happens. And to bring it back around, the reason why I brought that up is because it also, a lot of porn addiction also gets, or people blame the breakdown in their relationships on stuff like porn addiction. Oh, well, my partner was constantly cranking one off to porn every night, or he'd stay up late and crank one off to porn every night. Well, a healthy conversation around what it was that he was looking for, or what it was that was pushing him towards that, or his feeling of disconnect from his partner, could help ease that and take away from the porn addiction and push towards a healthier dynamic in a relationship where they don't feel they need to get the dopamine by tugging one off in the kitchen. Do you know what I mean? Why the kitchen? I've got no idea. It was just the first room that popped into my head. I believe the main downside would be that it gives you less motivation to find a real relationship if you get fake releases constantly, and would affect your social love life. An interesting perspective, iFanbook. I think it's the other way round, though. I think it's the other way round. I think it's the lack of motivation to try and find a successful and fulfilling social / love life that would push somebody to indulge in more pornography. I think it's the other way around. My personal perspective, at least. With what I mentioned above, I think it's also relevant for accessing porn online with ID restrictions if the data isn't secured properly. And the data definitely isn't secured properly, Noraline. The data isn't secured properly. The vast majority of these third-party companies, because we talked about this a little while ago, so a lot of these porn sites and any adult website, any website that is required legally to have ID verification on it, they'll use a third-party company for two reasons, as we discussed many moons ago, but I'll reiterate them now. One, if something goes wrong, you can bin off that company and be blameless. If Pornhub decided to take it all on their own shoulders and do it in-house, the data might be more secure, but if something went wrong, then Pornhub get it in the neck. If they use a third party to deal with all the data and what have you, is one less thing that they've got to worry about in regards to their own internet security, and two, if something does go wrong, they can just bin them all off. Just fucking done. Do you know what I
mean? Most kind.
Fear not, for I have arrived. Valenvo7.
Glad to hear it, Nibiru. How's it going, Biohazard as well? Oh my lordy. Beautiful moderators coming in out of nowhere. I will now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane, and then I'll get back to whatever it was I was talking about a second ago that's already left my mind. Astelarin, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Nibiru, I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane in the tier 2 Black King. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. We've talked about this, Nibs. God damn it. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing as well, you know, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, I wish I was someone else. Because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? What was I saying? The ID restrictions, data secured properly. Yeah, so the other dynamic is the fact that it's not worth, like the cost in all of that pressure and having secure facilities in-house is just not worth it. The other thing about third parties, though, is the fact that each of these different third parties that they use comes with different terms and conditions. I've looked into it because I have a website dedicated to the cabaret that I run, and the cabaret that I run is erotically charged. Nothing explicit, but erotically charged nonetheless. As a result of that, it means that I've looked into how much it would cost to get ID verification on my website. And the lowest that it was going to cost, the cheapest that I could find it, for a company that I didn't consider to be particularly trustworthy, that I didn't trust would not sell all sell all of our guests' data onto the first person that came their way, was £2,000 a month. I don't have a spare £2,000 a month by any stretch of the imagination. I don't have that. Not many smaller companies will have that, you know? So for people like me, it's easier to just shut the website down. Because to bring it in-house would cost even more than that, you know? My back pain is killing, so I feel it. Oh, no. So odd to come back to a vocal proponent of sex work and sex entertainment with, isn't all this stuff evil and bad? But he is not a politician. He is a funny sex man. I am a funny sex man. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am a funny sex man. But I am a funny sex man with a passionate point of view. Aster Lauren, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Shade and Sunshine as well. And Jamjar, welcome on in. How you doing? I'm actively bored of the government wanting to know my kinks. Yeah. Absolutely. Couldn't fucking agree more. I'm in Germany, and my state has, in the last 1 to 2 years, defunded most of the NGOs who provided inclusive sex education consultants to queer people and democracy work. So yeah, I've heard. I've not been keeping up to date with what's going on in Germany, but it does cross my peripheral every so often. Just another case of politicians doing something with good intentions and driving up the demand for illegal stuff and opening the public up to dangerous things like identity theft in case of clone IDs. Yep. Yeah. All because they want to know what everybody's doing at all times so they can control people. And I don't say that with like idle fucking conspiracy theory shit. Do you know what I mean? I say that based on everything I've seen. Based on things that I have personally fucking seen. You know? So frustrating because the decent sites, Pornhub, X-Hamster and similar, have had at least got safeguards in them to prevent underage and extreme law definition of extreme pornography. At work, we have seen a massive rise in incredibly unsavory sites that have none of those safeguards in place. So the ban is actually giving prominence to the more horrible content out there because they don't care about the regulations.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Have no fear, for I am here. Instead be fucking terrified, for I am here to steal your souls, Kappa Kappa.
You have to find mine first, to be honest with you, Miss Coco Bear. You'll have to find it first. I don't know where I left it. But yeah, Shade and Sunshine, absolutely. We talked about this about, I think it was about a month ago, 2 months ago maybe, where it was like the amount of sites that have popped up out of nowhere that just literally have stolen videos from a variety of other porn sites that are extremely immoral and unsavory and all that jazz. And then when they get shut down, or when stuff like the Online Safety Act or some authority comes after them, they go, cool, that's not a problem, shut down that website, buy a slightly similar domain, and then start it all back up again, is wild. It's wild. This is one of the many reasons why I'm like, that shit just doesn't work. The Online Safety Act doesn't work, and the worst thing about it is it was never designed to work. It never had a hope of working in the first place. Anybody who has any understanding of how the internet works would know that that is not going to work. Do you know what I mean? It's wild to me. It's another classic scenario of old people who are out of touch with current day life making decisions for the greater good, you know? Miss Coco Bay, I should not describe your name on the middle of vein. By having your name on the mirror of Vayne means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bun Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? As a person with a history of eating disorder, normal, genuine food and healthy diet channels are never a trigger or a tool. There are, however, a lot of channels that seems fair on the surface, but full of problematic relations to food. If you know how to look, really. That's really interesting. Like I use that as an example, but I'll openly say that I'm not a person that has ever had an eating disorder myself. So I use that as an example, but if I am wrong, as you all know, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. More than happy to be proven wrong. I'd rather give correct advice out, you know, correct information out, you know. Was it applied to too much of anything, everything in moderation? Thank you very much, Nolan. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Eating disorder in this context, ED could mean something sexual too. This is true. This is true. But yeah, we were referring to eating disorders, yeah. Give me a moderate and sufficient amount of money to live from without a system of exploiting the sick, poor, and marginalized, which often costs a lot more, to be honest. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's the reason why we're skint. I'm 200 quid, like, more skint now because I have moral fiber about me. Because over the weekend, I backed into somebody's car and left a scratch on their bumper. And I couldn't fucking deal with that. So I was like, I would have got away with it. If I'd have decided to just park up my fucking car, I would have been fine. I would have got away with it. Nobody would have fucking known. Genuinely, nobody would have had any fucking idea about it. But I can't do that shit. So I was like, here is my mobile number. I will pay for whatever the damage is because it's really fucking shit and I wouldn't want that to happen to me. Has it happened to me? Many times. But I just, I can't do that. Do you know what I mean? I just fucking know. It's shit to have that happen to you. And I wouldn't want to be the cause of that, you know? Like, the clothes very shiny. They are very shiny today. They are very shiny today. I was feeling particularly shit. I still am feeling like the nausea's ebbing as I am getting more and more passionate. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm allergic to not being passionate about something. But yeah, I was feeling particularly shit. And as a tendency, I do tend to dress up a little bit nicer if I'm feeling under the weather. You know what I mean? How you doing, Raven? How's it going? 20th February this year, you had sex for the first time. People overhyped it, pain-wise, but it didn't hurt. I felt weird, but I trusted my boyfriend a lot, so that helped. I'm very glad to hear it, Miss Coco Boy. Miss Coco Bay. I'm really, really glad to hear that, friend. Genuinely, a lot of the time, sex is more than likely. Sex for the first time is more than likely to hurt for somebody with a vulva. That is what is more than likely to hurt with thingies. That doesn't mean it's always going to hurt. And when you say like people overhyped it, I don't think they overhyped it. They probably just shared their own experience. And if their own experience was with somebody who didn't know what they were doing, somebody who didn't take the time to kind of make them feel settled, make them feel safe, make them feel prepared, didn't do enough foreplay, there are a myriad of different reasons why the first experience, the first penetrative sexual experience for somebody with a vulva can be extremely painful. So when you say people overhyped it, I don't think they did. I think they shared their own experience, and it just happens to be that their own experience was particularly painful. I am just personally glad that yours wasn't. And I'm glad that you shared your first time with somebody that you did trust, that you do have a lot of love and appreciation for, you know, because the vast majority of people don't. The vast majority of people don't. Healthy eating content has never triggered a binge for me. I was actually thinking more of the other way around. Like a person that has an eating disorder because they avoid food. Because I definitely know of one friend of mine who has had, I mean, still has an eating disorder, but they're much better now. And they went through a period where they were taking diet advice for people suffering with too much weight, because in their brain they thought they had too much weight, even though they were extremely skinny and thin. And that was the example that I was giving. And again, I fully understand that it'll be different person to person. I also understand that I am not a dietitian, I am not a nutritionist, I am not a doctor or a medical thing. I'm just expressing what I understand to be a case, you know. The cure to my own porn usage was a goth twink bringing me a pair of steaks and a bottle of wine on the condition that I cook the steaks in a cute free pink apron, nothing else. We're quite sad to leave him behind when I go to the Arctic for a year, but I'm going to Montreal after that, and we were discussing how much it would cost to FedEx him to me once I'm there. I fucking love that. Love that. Disappeared for a bit when I walk, but I'm back. No, you're good. It's all fine. Bring me this, no issues at all. FedExing people is fairly expensive, I'm led to believe. Yeah. Probably more expensive than like a plane flight, to be honest with you. I feel really empowered watching creators who have healthy relationships with food. That's good. That's really good. Fantastic. Did take me ages to clock the unhealthy ones. Hope you're doing well. Okay. I get the differentiation now, Tensi. So the difference between a person who does healthy eating versus a person who promotes dieting regardless. That was the differentiation you made earlier, and I wasn't fully understanding, but I think I understand what you mean now. Definitely enjoyed it. Apparently, I was his first. You were the first person that he'd been with that had no previous sexual experience. Don't you, Miss Coco Bay? We don't use the term virgin here because virginity is a myth. It's a myth. It doesn't exist. Your first experience was your first experience. You didn't give him your virginity. He's not going to then take your virginity, keep it in his pocket for the rest of his life, or sell it on eBay or what have you. That's not the way that it works. It doesn't exist. So you are the first person he's been with who has had no previous experience. Fucking A, absolutely fantastic. And I'm glad that you were able to share that, and I'm glad that he had the forethought to make that environment safe and secure for you, so you felt good about it, you know. Not the kitchen. Oh, that's just perverted. Just jizzing in the mayonnaise, Tabby. The Canada Post is on strike all the time, so we think it's worth it. Oh, yeah. FedEx, yeah. How you doing, Biohazard? I hope you and the family are well, you beautiful being. A much healthier relationship with food and alcohol these days. Not perfect yet, but I'm getting there. Hope you're doing well. And you know what? From what I understand, Tabby, there'll be phases. You know what I mean? There'll be phases of it. You'll have times where you're really, really good at eating, and you'll have times where you're not so good. And don't... I think the key is to understand that punishment doesn't help anybody. Don't punish yourself for it, you know? If you have a particularly bad time or what have you, like, okay, instead of being like, oh, I'm the absolute fucking worst, which I don't know whether you do or don't, but I know that some people do. It's like, oh, I'm the worst. I've been binging. This is absolutely awful. Be like, all right, cool. I've had my binge now. Now it's time to get back onto the health kick, you know? Because punishing yourself, especially in situations like that, doesn't help anyone, especially you, you know? I probably wouldn't trust my cute twink goth through the Royal Mail. That's probably wise, to be honest with you, Tabby, right? Coming in what? Isn't in mayonnaise, right? The squad is at full force tonight. I know, right? I know. Proper twink care requires responsible shipment and enrichment. Nod sagely. Yes. Smuggled to the Arctic in a sleeping bag as double sack. Just disguise them as a snowman, as a snow twink. Pack them in, like, I don't know, white fluff and disguise them as a snow twink and just sneak them in, they'll be fine. Because no, this one's suited to the Arctic. This one is not suited to the Arctic environment. Unfortunately, can't have guests at all at the staff accommodations in your job. That's a shame. That's a shame. Like, I'm glad you found each other, absolutely, but I understand that it's gonna be a pain when you have to move off for a year. Passionate point of view, also a large collection of mirrors, very, very true. Public transport organization in my city where you can use car sharing, etc., uses verification via a company that also has an office in the US now. And of course, they tell you on the website that they are safe to use. But then there's the wording in the actual info is, we aim to secure your data. Well, the thing is that legally, Noraline, is that in exactly the same way that they say condoms are 99.9% effective, they can never say they're 100% effective. Legally, they can't. Because if there is ever an accident or what have you, then they don't want to be legally culpable for it. In exactly the same way that anybody who secures your data, including the government, will be like, we aim to secure your data to the highest degree of security. They can't absolutely guarantee it, though. You know? Do I want to use the car sharing service? You do want to use it, but I'm afraid that my data, name change, etc., will end up where it doesn't belong. So verification outsourcing still seems kind of dubious to me. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I completely understand where you're coming from. And agree with you 200%. All that black would make them obvious to polar bears, and generally twinks are too thin for the Arctic Antarctic work. It's true. Steals arseholes, why not? Right there, stolen sphincter. The OSA is working exactly as I planned. Online Safety Act, just not as advertised. Yeah, it's working exactly as planned, just not as advertised. Yeah. Natural polar bears is a delicacy where I'm going, alongside narwhals and caribou. But odds of getting to keep the skin of a polar bear are low, and nothing else suitably to keep him appropriately warm unless he stays in my bed all day, which would be nice, but enrichment is a thing. This is true. The typos couldn't be helped. I'm so tired. No. Denzi, you beautiful being. I appreciate you so very much. You're a wonderful, wonderful human being. You know full well that I will never be upset about typos. We have plenty of people, regardless of exhaustion, Denzi, my dear. We have plenty of people in here that are dyslexic, or English is their second language. English is your second language. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Don't you worry about it at all. I just appreciate you being here and joining in the conversation, as always. But, as you've said, you're so tired. If you do need to disappear off, snuggle yourself up in a duvet, you know, have me on in the background to listen to my dulcet tones. You're welcome to do so. Just look after yourself, you know. My brother's ex-girlfriend told me years ago, sex will hurt if you do it before your body is ready. So only do it when you are ready, not when others tell you. So I waited until I was almost 35. Good. Honestly, your brother's ex-girlfriend sounds like a fucking legend, to be honest with you, Miss Coco Bay. And I'm genuinely very glad that you had her in your life. Even if it turns out that they weren't necessarily good for your brother or what have you, whatever the scenario, that doesn't really matter. In that regard, they did you right, because they are entirely fucking right. Entirely fucking right. That when you should have sex for the first time when you are ready to have sex. With a person that you are ready and consenting to have sex with. You know? I have a bad relationship with food. Oop. But more in the opposite way. I'm an emotional eater, so I would binge eat. Yeah. I've definitely met people that are emotional eaters before, so I completely get it. The virginity hoarder, like a dragon. Yeah, just keeping them all. He told me after that he was so nervous because he didn't want to hurt me. That's a good state of mind. That's a good state of mind for him to be in that position. Absolutely. Just in the mayonnaise, thought we ran out of that stuff ages ago. No. Of course not. We've had mayonnaise this whole time. The adorable snow twink, I know, right? As opposed to the abominable snow bear. I mean, man. Check my mail. On which platform? On which platform, Finley? Check my mail. Where? Where are you asking me to check my mail? As someone who worked deeply in IT, nothing is ever 100% safe, especially not if a company/government comes after security researchers that try to make sure that this stuff is safe-ish. That creates a black box where none know what data gets stolen by whom. Companies don't want to declare that data declare a data breach, and governments oftentimes don't need to. Yep, agreed. The Twitch ones, I'm in Stream Team. Okay, Stream Team, I'll check the... ooh. Oh, it's happened. It's happened, friends. There's a big thing that I'm not going to read the whole of now. I'm just going to scan read it. Give me 2 seconds. Ooh, okay. This is very, very cool. Okay. Thank you very much, Finley. Something stream team. I just quickly, Finley, are we allowed to tell people now? Now that it's all there, are we allowed to tell people now? Yes! Oh my god. Jamjar, I will be with your Schmeck's education question momentarily. But first, I need to let everybody know that there's been a change. A change has happened, my dear friends. Many of you may know that I am very open and talk very openly and honestly about the fact that I am part of a wonderful, wonderful stream team called Octopus and Dragon. Octopus and Dragon. So I used to be in another stream team, which again was a wonderful, wonderful stream team back in the day. And then I joined Octopus and Dragon when a friend of mine who was a streamer basically told me that the stream team, Octopus and Dragon, were the only stream team that they knew of that were super supportive in regards to streamers joining for in an air, even if they weren't professional streamers themselves, they came in with an air of professional streaming. So it was like people who are full-time streamers, people who wanted to become full-time streamers, or people like hobbyist streamers who still approach their stream with a professional air about it. And a place where you could get advice, a place where we would get people to come in and talk and educate us on different elements of streaming. And basically became the most positive and wholesome and supportive and amazing places to be if you were a streamer, especially if you're a full-time streamer. Because one of the issues that I had with stream teams was the fact that it was all just a bit, oh yeah, you're part of a stream team, yay. But I really wanted to go somewhere that was more wholesome, more and I mean professionally wholesome, more supportive, more bigging each other up. Places where I could ask advice on different social medias and different elements and what have you, and other people could ask my advice on those things. Something that's a bit more integral and useful as a streamer. And that is the reason why I joined the Octopus and Dragon team. After going through it, it took me a long time to work out. I did a whole load of things where I was asking them loads of questions. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better stream team. This stream team is well and truly going above and beyond for streamers, and I in turn have tried to go above and beyond for other streamers in the team, and they have gone above and beyond for me and my questions and what have you. And it's great to get those different perspectives from different people from across the world that all have different streaming experiences and what have you. One of the big things that I did that. However, over the past 6 months to a year, we've been having conversations around the stream team itself, because Octopus and Dragon was great, but it felt a bit unserious. It felt a bit cartoony, a bit like you couldn't take it seriously from like a professional point of view. And the reason why that was because the Octopus and Dragon was formed by its two original members, one of which was Selena, who is the head of the stream team, and one was another streamer who no longer streams. And their logos, their like channel mascots, were an octopus and a dragon, which is the reason why it became the O&D, why it became the Octopus and Dragon. However, as I said, time has progressed, and we are now rebranding. We are now officially rebranding. I haven't said a single fucking thing. I have been involved in the conversations since the beginning, since the literal concept of whether it was going to be a good idea to rebrand or what have you. Like, that has literally been there at the fucking edge of the thing. So I've been there from the fucking beginning. I haven't said a single fucking thing. However, it has finally happened. The Octopus and Dragon is soon to be no more, and we are migrating from the Octopus and Dragon to the name of our brand new stream team, which is The Good Time Zone. The Good Time Zone, friends. How many times do you go into a stream that is like a global stream and they're just like, Good Time Zone, everyone? And this is the new logo. This is the new logo for the Good Time Zone. And there's loads of different variations of the logo in regards to color stylings and stuff like that, so that it can be appropriate for loads of different fucking streams and stuff. It is fancy as shit. It has taken a long time to get us there, but we are going to be migrating over. Some team members are choosing to leave us, and that is perfectly fine. That people have different views and what have you. And we're looking at getting new stream team members that, again, have those same sort of ideals, that really want to work on their streams on a professional sort of level, or certainly with a professional attitude, even if they're not coming at it from like a full-time content creation point of view and stuff. There are big things on the horizon for the Good Time Zone, and I am real fucking excited about it. I am really excited about it, because this has been quite the team effort to do the rebrand. Selena has been very conscious of making sure that the team are involved as a whole, getting their opinions, getting their views. As I say, their views, our views, because I was one of the people that offered their perspectives as well. But this is very exciting. So, presumably within the next week, maybe 2 weeks, you will probably see that I no longer have the Octopus and Dragon down below underneath it, and my stream team will be the Good Time Zone in the near future. It's very exciting. It's genuinely very exciting. So yeah. Once it's all done and once it's all launched and I get a bit familiar, I can read all of the information that Selena's put in our little team announcement section. I'll be able to give more information about what's going on, and I'll also be able to advise people if you are a streamer who wants to take this seriously, who wants to approach it with a professional point of view and what have you, about how to apply. I'm not saying you'll get in by any stretch of the imagination, because we are, again, quite strict. We don't want this to be this is a place of work. Do you know what I mean? It's a place for working. It's not for people to just hang out with other streamers and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? It's very professional coded. So if that's not for you, that's perfectly fine. But if it is something you're interested in, I will make sure I get all of that information to you. That's very exciting. That's very exciting. I'm very excited about this. Very excited about this. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of the applause and the love and what have you. But it's thinking. Do you like the logo? Do you like the logo, friends? There are a whole load of different color variations of it. We've got like one that looks like dawn, one that looks like dusk, one that's like a purpley color, one that's like a blue color. In fact, can I open this? Yeah, let me open this one. Open link. So that I can give everybody a view of all the variations that we went through. Or that I say that we went through. Selena like booked in a graphics designer, and then after the graphics designer had done their thing and been paid and what have you, put it to two members of the stream team, who I won't mention just in case they're not comfortable with me publicly mentioning them, but two members of the stream team who basically went through all the different variations or what have you. And it's very well coded in the regards that, because it's the Good Time Zone, it's all themed like day and night, sunrise, sunset, and naturally Pride, because why wouldn't we have a Pride version? But look at the big different variations and what have you. All the different people that have got different color schemes and themes on their own channels and stuff, so that we're always We're always like that, do you know what I mean? Like the rainbow, very gay, right? Right, absolutely. I should have an invite. What, to join it now? Oh, God. I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it after stream, Finn. I'll have to find it after stream. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited about that. It's gonna be good fun. It's gonna be good fun. Keep my eye out, Denzi. You would fit in amazingly well, and I genuinely feel that you would feel that it could very much benefit you in regards to, or certainly let me not say in regards to, because I don't know what you what you personally struggle with in regards to full-time streaming, but I personally, one of the things that I really have always struggled with in regards to full-time streaming is not being around peers, not being around groups of people who just get it, who just understand the struggle, who just understand the nuances of certain elements of struggling as a full-time streamer and what have you, not the inherent fear of taking a stream off, the difficulty of pressing go live, the fact that you can't just take time away when people are like, but you work for yourself, just take the time off, fuck it, whatever. Like it's there's so many nuances to this particular job that I personally find so fucking difficult, because friends that I speak to just don't fucking get it. They just don't get it on the same level. And one of the great benefits that I have found when it comes to the stream team, well, the good time zone as we now are, is the fact that I can go in and I can ask people advice, or I can say questions, or I can just be like, just pop into the team chat and be like, today is one of those days where I'm really struggling to press go live, and people just fucking get it. They just get it. And that's something that I personally have found very, very useful and very supporting. As well as the fact that, like, in the past, we haven't done one in a long time, but I'm hoping it's going to return. In the past, there's been things where we've got like subject matter experts to come in and have conversations and stuff, which has been always really, really good. I'm not going to give examples because I don't want to give the game away, but like to come in and talk about their specific subject matter expert information and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really, really good. Absolutely. So much love for this team, truly. You and me both. Absolutely. Absolutely. Neon Jill Mail, how you doing? Looks so good. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that being your first time chat as well. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. It's going to be so good. But yeah. Never got the notification that you were on. Cossa, Twitch be like that sometimes. Twitch be like that sometimes. It's so infuriating. The logo is nice, but for some reason I don't like the ooh and the D in good. Looks quite similar. We've been through so many variations, Necrosomnia. We have been through so many variations of that logo, and that was the one we ended up finding out. There was actually another variation of the logo that it looks like Goo Time Zone, which I personally was for. I personally thought that was going to be a perfectly fine thing. I thought, do you know what, a stream team called the Goo Time Zone would be very on brand for me. But I was very quickly reminded that it's not just about me. You know? But yeah. Let me just catch up with all the stuff about the Good Time Zone before I go back to the Ask Vala Schmeck's question. But wait, there's more. I accepted the invite and changed it on my about immediately. I don't think it was ever a secret. I don't think it ever was a secret, to be honest with you, Finley, but I just personally was like, I'm not going to tell anybody until it's done. Do you know what I mean? I have a really bad habit of getting excited about something, telling people about it, and then it never coming to fruition for whatever reason. Various different dynamics. I have got so many fucking projects on the go that I'm like really excited about, but because of that, I'm like, I'm not going to tell anybody about it until it's done. When it's done and it's happening, then I'll tell people about it. Otherwise, people just get excited for no reason, you know? This is the stream we're paying for. Man reading email off screen. Basically, yeah, Tabby, honestly. Sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes it'd be like that, you know? You know? Been lurking, but really pleased that you're getting the team you want. Congratulations to all and good luck for the future. Thanks so much, Wolfex. Yeah, it's been really good. Thank you very much for coming out of lurk to say that as well. It's been really good. It's been really, really good. Like the first stream team that I ever joined was a stream team called The Underdogs, run by CA in LA. Absolutely phenomenal human beings. Fucking love them to pieces and love everyone in that stream team. I had a really, really nice time over there and they were all very, very supportive. But what I was looking for was something that had a more professional coding to it, and that's what I found in the Octopus and Dragon, and going forward the Good Time Zone, you know. So yeah, gays in this stream in this financial climate. I know, right? I know. Turn off caption is wild. What it says compared to what you said. Honestly, Astelarin, the captions struggle with my accent, it seems, right? Blackpool Pier, I mean, yeah. Struggle, nuance. Hey, English only. Look, struggle and nuance are English words. Thank you very much, Nibrin. You don't know me and I don't stream. But you should invite me to the Good Time Zone on account of a jester's privilege and the general vibe I give off. Oh, I see. All right. I'll let them know. Struggling to press the button sometimes can be hard for sure. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be very fucking open and honest, as I tend to be, sometimes for my own detriment. The way I felt, the nausea that I have been feeling all fucking day today, there was a very, very big part of me that was like, don't fucking press it. Just tell everyone you feel ill and go to bed. Just tell everyone you feel ill and go to bed. And then I was like, no, I've just had a £200 fucking car paint job repairman bill. I need to be online, because if you're not online, if you're not streaming, you're not getting paid, and this is your job. You know. Okay, thing. That's where I was. Cool. Where was I? There we go. First time over a year. Yeah, but I've been over before. Neon Shield Maiden. Oh, it was your first time chatting. Have you been on a different account, maybe? Or maybe I've seen you in other places. You just popped up with first time chatter. I was like, all right. Hello. Welcome on in. Unless you were just a lurker. A colossal lurker lurking in the background. Still very much appreciated. But still, you know, gooey wooey time zone. I like it. I like goo, so do I. There was also one where the D looked like an N, and the goon time zone was not what we were looking for either. That is true. Yeah, I remember that. It was more of a bubbly style writing, you know. On Twitch mobile, I couldn't possibly tell you, because I know that Twitch generally is really bad. Even if you have the bell clicked, really bad at sending notifications. For when somebody goes live. Because there are definitely times when Chunk will go live. Chunk is my housemate. He'll go live on stream. And I'll click onto his stream because I'm like, I know he's live. So I'm going to go hang out in his stream. And then like 40 minutes later, I'll get a little notification being like, Classic Chunk has just gone live. I'm like, what? I know. I'm fucking watching him. Do you know what I mean? CCs don't like Yorkshire for sure, right? Gooning in this economy, I know, right? I know. If it fights back depression, goon everywhere. Gooning to fight the horrors. Don't cross the streams. That would have been a very valid, but yeah, the hustle. Absolutely. Noraline, I always try and press go live. No matter what. My view, for the people that are new here, because I realize we've had quite a few new followers over the last few weeks and what have you. For people that are new here, my work ethic is as follows. I've been a performer my entire life. I've been a performer and a professional performer for fucking 20 years. I've been a long-time professional performer, performing on stages and what have you. And my view is always this. If I will get up on stage and perform, then I will press go live. If I would get up on stage, if I was at the side of the stage and I was getting ready to fucking go on and what have you, and if there was a point where I was like, you know, I fucking just can't do this, and just left, then I wouldn't stream that night. But if I would get up, if I would get on that fucking stage, then I will press go live. If I am ill, doesn't fucking matter. If I am in a bad headspace, doesn't fucking matter. If I am well enough to get on stage, then I am well enough to go live. That has always been cheeky. That has always been my work ethic. So yeah, I've been feeling nauseous all day. Yeah, I've had that sort of the feeling all day, but I would still get up and perform. So I'm still gonna press go live. You know. The horrors persist, but so do I. Exactly. Right in front of my salad? What do you mean in front of? Surely on the salad. Give it a cheeky bit of salad dressing, right? Gooning for our Lord and Savior Cthulhu. That's the one. Maybe just a long time lurker. Nothing wrong with that at all. I'm now interested though, Neon Shield Maiden. If you consent, if you would be so kind, could you do ! follow edge? As in follow AGE. Follow edge. I'm wondering how long you've been followed for now. I'm intrigued.
It's a raid. Flee.
Oh,
flee.
my lordy. Ladies and gentlemen and all gents outside between, delve deep into your bins of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who did they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. The outrage. Prepare for adventure. I'm always prepared for adventure. I have... an ego, a witty, flirtatious nature, and a tongue that can flick along to Flight of the Bumblebees. I don't need anything else. I am prepared for this adventure. Prepared, I tell you. All right. Well, come on in, you cheeky devils. People, go and check out the glorious Jay Britton. Jay Britton is a phenomenal phenomenal human being, a very good friend of mine who I love very, very, very much. A sensationally talented voice actor who has done shitloads of games recently. Done fucking loads of games recently. I'm really glad to see so many of them coming out that we can all play and what have you. But he's a wonderful, wonderful human being who plays a large variety of different games, and you should go and check that out. And evidently he's been playing Resident Evil Requiem. I realized that Jay does an awful lot of raiding and running. I don't want to know anything about Resident Evil Requiem because I want to play it. I'm very enthusiastic and ready to play it, but I'm not playing it just yet. But people from J-Stream, could you tell me whether Jay is enjoying Resident Evil Requiem? Give me a yay or a nay. I don't want any spoilers. No spoilers. But I am intrigued. I'm intrigued because I feel like Jay has the same sort of mental perspective on games that I have. He says it's all right. Okay. All right. Okay. Do you know what? I'm glad. The evils are sure residing in there. Okay. Okay, I'm glad that Jay is a little bit more skeptical because I've heard a lot of people. The only thing that I've heard about it, genuinely the only thing that I've heard about the game so far, is that it can be third person or first person, and that many people have like had to stop playing it because it's so scary. And I'm like, how scary actually is that? How scary actually is that? Because there's a lot of... am I going to get in there and be really disappointed because I'm expecting it to be fucking terrifying and it turns out that it's just not? You know what I mean? Oh, wow. Neon Shield Maiden. 3 years, 5 months, 29 days, 23 hours and 51 minutes. Jeezy crazy. You really have been lurking for a long time. Well, thank you very much for coming out of lurk after all of this time. Thank you very much for coming out of lurk and saying hi. I appreciate that. I genuinely really appreciate that. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. People, again, go check out Jay. Friends, if you happen to be new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. I'm a sex educator, and we're about to answer a sex education question. And I was just catching up because I just announced just before you all arrived that my stream team is changing its branding. We're having a rebrand, and we're going from the Octopus and Dragon to the Good Time Zone, and it's the best stream team that I have ever heard of. They're fucking great. Absolutely fucking great.
Most kind.
Nibberin, thank you very much for giving a sub to Neon Shield Maiden. Coming out of lurk and getting that cheeky little gift sub. You're just shy. There's nothing wrong with being shy, you beautiful being. Nothing wrong. Especially as I know that my confidence can be quite intimidating.
Little stalker.
Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. You are very welcome here, you cheeky devil. Welcome on in. I shall now inscribe your name on the middle of vein, Neon Shield Maiden. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning. Look in the mirror. Oh, God, I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You cheeky devil. You know? Sway's been following for 5 years, 7 months, 29 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes. Miss Coco Bay has been following for 5 years, 9 months, 28 days, 5 hours, and 45 minutes. Oh, my lordy. One of us. Bromesius has been following for 3 months, 3 days, 8 hours, and 42 minutes. 3 months, 8 hours, and 42 minutes. Eris Ptolemy for 3 years, 4 months, 6 days, 54 minutes. Tabby the Panda, 5 years, 4 months, 25 days, 5 hours, and 45 minutes. Good lord. Lunicorn for 5 years, 4 months, 7 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes. Crazy Aid for 5 years, 1 month, 2 days, 7 hours, and 34 minutes. Zooey Booey for 2 years, 8 months, 26 days, 3 hours, and 8 minutes. Noraline for 13 days, 23 hours, and 32 minutes. Denzi for 4 years. Oh my lordy, Denzi. I've known you for 4 years. That's just melted my heart a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. That's melted my heart a little bit. God damn it. That's amazing. Nearly 5. 4 years, 10 months, 20 days, 2 hours, and 18 minutes. Good lord. Necrosomnia for 4 years, 1 month, 12 days, 7 hours, and 47 minutes. My lordy. Wolfex for 2 years, 1 month, 4 days, 6 hours, 35 minutes. Good lord. And Astagon coming in here for the 59 months, being a paid subscriber, taking us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. You cheeky little devil. Thank you so much for 59 months. Good lord. I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. How you doing, Astagon, you beautiful bean? By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Ascon is best TM. Ascon is best TM. How you doing, Ascon? How's it going, you beautiful individual? Hope the life is treating you well. Hope life's treating you well, you cheeky little devil. Right, friends, but all of this excitement, all this wonderful, wonderful excitement. Calm yourself, Monty. Jesus Christ. All this wonderful excitement. 29 minutes ago, I was asked a Schmex question by the wonderful Jam Jar Brain. For those people that don't know, I'm a sex educator. I will answer sex education questions, and you can use your channel points to redeem said questions if you would like to. Thank you very much, mods, for snoozing the ads again. So the question is, what are your experiences with top shelf mags? Obviously, they're on the decline as people still prefer their adult content online, but I do remember growing up, it was considered treasure to find them in bushes. Did you ever use them? Have you met anyone who enjoyed reading them with you? I am not even going to lie to you, Jam Jar Brain, and I will tell all of you beautiful individuals that the closest thing that I think that my generation ever got to a full-blown adventure, like a full-on Indiana Jones style adventure, Pirates of the fucking Caribbean, whatever adventure tale that you want to think of, was finding pornography hidden by people in bushes. Finding somebody's porn stash was the greatest fucking thing as a teenage child. As a young teenage boy, I got very enthusiastic about it. It was wonderful. It was genuinely fantastic. It was a legendary thing as a teen. It was, yeah. It was, there was a striving. There was a sense of adventure, a sense of yearning, of wanting to find that prized treasure, to plunder that booty, for lack of a better word. You know, there was a genuine sense of adventure, a genuine sense of mission, of objective, of striving for the next thing. Bush pirates, exactly. That's what we were. Yeah, going round various different parts of wilderness, plowing through bushes in parks, and there's like an old Victorian graveyard where I live that's like all overgrown with trees, and there was loads in there. Train embankments. So it was like a train track on a bridge above something, and the embankment up to it, people would stash shit up there all of the fucking time. We actually had quite the treasure trove of questionable magazines back in the day. And then, of course, you would get the mild embarrassment as you went in to buy The Sun or some newspaper that had a page 3 girl on it.
Oh, I'm just buying this for my dad. And I'm just what 83 pence. Oh, fucking 80. Oh, my dad gave me this. My dad gave me this money so that I could pay for his newspaper. What? There's boobies in it. Oh, I had no idea. I'll have to let my father know that it's not an appropriate newspaper for him.
Do you know what I mean? The Star had quite a bit in it as well. Yeah. Absolutely. Back in the day. Yeah, and then you would add them to the porn stash. And yeah, there was a whole fucking thing. Hot guy behind the counter like, yeah, I'm gonna make them more embarrassed. Honestly, Jam Jar, good. Fucking good. If I had been working in a corner shop and a teenager had done that to me, I'd have been absolutely the guy that made them even more embarrassed about buying titties. Do you know what I mean? Fucking yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, to be fair, I'm going to be open and honest about it, friends. I'm going to be open and fucking honest about it. There was definitely times where I desperately tried to sneak top shelf magazines that were obviously little porn mags and stuff like that into like bottom shelf magazines. And then just buy them over the counter, be like, yeah, it's all fine. Yeah, I'm buying this football annual because I'm really into football. There's definitely nothing inside it. Did I get caught out? Abso-fucking-lutely. Was I super embarrassed and ran away? Abso-fucking-lutely. But there wasn't a sense of adventure to it. And I will say, as much as I fully understand, and this comes from a point of fully understanding about the protecting of children, how damaging pornography can be, how the ability for these things, as somebody who is an advocate for sex work and sex workers, I understand that there are damaging natures to pornography and what have you. I also fully understand that sense of adventure, that sense of wonder, of mission, of desperately wanting to do that, and having a big group of friends that you all did it with. You all went on that adventure together to try and find. You would spread out in the woodland and search every bush from one end of the woods to the other, just in case that somebody had stashed a porn mag in there or what have you. It was like, yeah, there was a sense of adventure there. Like the youth of today, the youth, they don't understand they're born, these lot. They don't know they're born. Oh no, they're not going to understand the adventure, the sheer level of excitement upon gathering yourself a delightful pornography magazine, or even better, finding a VHS, but obviously having no VHS player because I was a 14-year-old child, and therefore just getting a lot of joy out of the cover of it. but never getting rid of the VHS in case one day I found myself alone with a VHS player. Oh, shit. Yeah. I have to say, I look back on those days with much fondness and joy. And yeah, I did have the, like, when you're a teenage, I'm gonna go cis man. I'm gonna say a teenage cis man. Because it might just be all people that were born with penises, but my only experience is that of cis men. In this regard, at the very, very least. But when you're a teenage cis man, there are a shitload of hormones and stuff that go through your system. And a lot of things that I look back on now, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what? I was a right little horn gremlin. How's it going, Paddy? How you doing? I was personally a right little fucking horn gremlin. All right. Through my system. Oh my God, Noraline, dear Lord. And there was an awful lot of things that would make me very, very aroused in my teenage years that now, as an adult, I look back on and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? Like, geez, as if I ever found that arousing. What the fuck? But that's the way it works. Your system's going through all these changes. Your hormones are going fucking haywire and stuff like that. And there was definitely, I had a few friends where we would exchange our porn collections like trading cards. We treated porn mags like Pokemon cards. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, you would. That was just the way that things were and what have you. And there was a couple of people that I remember being like, fucking hell, this is a whole story. This is being on the internet forever. All right. I'm going to tell this story and this is on the internet forever. Okay. And I have no shame about it, but I'm just being consciously aware of the fact that this is going to be on the internet forever. Like I'd have like, for lack of a better term, a wanking companion, which was like a mate of mine where we were definitely not gay. Definitely not gay. But it would be like, okay, I'm going to go behind the sofa and I'm going to crank one off. And then once I'm done, you can go behind the sofa with the same material and crank one off. Just don't leave any mess. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, I haven't thought about those years in a very, very, very long time. But yeah, that was absolutely shit that happened. And do you know what? I would imagine, I don't like to imagine, but I would imagine that times in regards to patterns and shit like that things probably haven't changed that much. I have no doubt that the youths of today probably do similar shit. They just won't do it with magazines anymore. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Let me scroll up a wee bit. Where was I? Okay, there we go. So I give people love the username. I know, Astagon. I know, right? There's legendary things I've seen, most certainly. There was probably GeoCities website called Hull Hedge Porn at one of the listings and Good Hedges. I mean, I don't know whether I'll be able to find it with the Online Safety Act, but I can certainly look. I don't know whether we didn't really have the internet back then. I remember the wonder of Google Images. When I found Google Images, it was like I'd opened Pandora's box. I would like pull up a Word document and go onto Google Images and search for all the usual things. Nude. Art nude. Tits. Breasts, but usually scientific words. Breasts, vagina, Google Images, boobs. Yeah, that's exactly what I used to do. Absolutely, that's exactly what I used to do back in the day. And then I would copy and paste the images from Google Images onto my Windows 97 or Microsoft 97 Word document and print it off and then delete everything before anyone could find out. Because, you know, nothing ever is automatically saved. Mastercon, thank you very much for gigantifying that emote. I appreciate that. Word 97. Yeah. Old school. Oh man, yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole fucking thing. And like I said, like I look back on those days, and I think this is to bring the conversation full circle. I think this is one of the things that I really struggle with when people talk about like the damaging effects of pornography. Now, are there damaging effects of pornography? Absolutely. There are definitely things within pornography that can be quite damaging, especially when it comes to people's expectations, when it comes to people's self-worth and how they view themselves from a beauty and aesthetic point of view, because obviously a lot of porn stars tend to fall into certain categories, you know. Not saying that there isn't porn out there of every version of person from every walk of life, because there definitely fucking is. Absolutely. But the stuff that these often displayed on the front page, for lack of a better term, falls into certain levels of categories, you know. And the fact that a lot of youths especially, use pornography as education because sex education is so fucking appalling that that they feel that they need to know more. And the only way they're going to know more is by watching people have sex through pornography, you know? So, yeah, there are massively damaging things that happen within porn. But people, like, when they turn around and say, we need to protect the children and shit like that, I think back to those days when I was 13, 14, 15. And I'm like, first of all, they will find a way. If a teenager is desperate to find to see a pair of tits, they will find a way to see a pair of tits. They will. They will always find a way to do it because they are determined as shit. Like, I spent hours of my life going through Woodlands in the hope of finding a porn mag. Hours of my life. With the mere possibility of potentially finding a porn mag at some stage in a bush somewhere, right? Last thing children want is to be protected. Got to do it anyway. Oh yeah, no, completely and utterly, absolutely. They will always find a way, 110%. They will always find a way, 110%. And secondly, I'm like, do you know what? I actually have grown up to be a pretty well-rounded individual who has respect for human beings, regardless of gender, regardless of sexuality, regardless of any of that stuff. I have an appreciation of the industry of sex work. I have an appreciation of the fact that sex work is real work and that sex workers should not be condemned for being sex workers. I would say that I had a relatively early exposure to pornography, and yet have grown up to be a pretty open-minded, well-rounded individual. The statement needs a pipe. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to deny the fact there are damaging effects that pornography can lead to. Most of which could be combated by better sex education, just saying. But anyway, yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's me once again harping on like a broken fucking record that the best way, if you want to combat the damaging effects of pornography, you need better sex education. Better sex education would solve 90% of the issues that the government are worried about. And I say that because we all know it's not about, the Online Safety Act is not about protecting children. You know what I mean? Unless they are not forced to do it, work is work, work is work. Absolutely. But then that isn't work, that's exploitation. Like, if they are forced to do it, then that's exploitation. That's a different thing entirely, and illegal. And immoral and unethical. But I know what you're saying, Paddy. I know what you're saying. Absolutely. Shout out that one day at the worst time. I know, right? All right, yeah, that's cool. And Bush Pirates meet Jane Nimbus Minge weather forecast. Oh my god. Never found some in my teens. Found the occasional wallet with a bit of money in it though. Oh no, I found fucking loads in my teens. And then there would be the occasional time where we'd have like a sleepover and we would be like, we would have a sleepover with me and a couple of friends or what have you. And we'd be trying to watch Eurotrash late at night, but like turn it down really fucking low so that they didn't know what we were watching. And it's like, they obviously know what we're watching. We've just been watching a movie at full volume, and now suddenly everything's gone eerily quiet in a room full of teenage boys. We know what's going on there. Every fucking adult, every parent or guardian with half a fucking brain cell knows exactly what the fuck is going on there. You know what I mean? Guy behind the counter like, yeah, I'm gonna make you more embarrassed. Yeah. Mate at school got me to buy a porn mag for him. It was fun. Yeah, exactly. I definitely bought porn mags when I was far too young to buy porn mags. Hilariously, I used somebody else's nightclub card. I found somebody's like a membership club card to a nightclub in my hometown and was like, I don't have my ID on me, but I've got this nightclub membership card. Will that do? And they were like, oh, well, if you can get into a nightclub, you must be 18. I was like, fucking hell. Yeah, seen page 3, right? Massive drugs. And he's like, no, I don't what? Did that too many times. The news agent eventually called my dad afterwards. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. I love that. I love that. What have you clipped, Astacon? God damn it. Were people hiding mags in bushes in the olden times, the 1920s when Valen was young? Good question. Good. Do you know what, Frax? I have previously considered the reason why people would hide porn mags in bushes. And the only logical reason that I can come up with is the fact that they were married and their partners didn't allow them to have it at home. So they had to hide it somewhere else. Or that they had like their parents visiting and they were like, shit, where the fuck am I going to put this? Oh, I'll just stick it in the bush outside and I'll go get it back later. Oh, fuck. The horde of teenage boys has swarmed across the local land like a plague of locusts, consuming all illicit material from every bush around. Maybe they were paying it forward. And do you know what? I think in my younger years, I would have thought of that as romantic. Like a not as in like a romantic intention, but you know, like a romantic, like a gothic novel is romantic. The idea of being like, I've had my time with this pornography. I will put it in this bush for the next generation. Like that kind of thing. But then I also, as an adult, I don't know a single adult that would be genuinely like, I'm going to put porn in bushes so that teenagers can find it. Like, that seems like an alien thought pattern for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's never been a point in my life where I've looked at pornography and been like, a teenager would love this. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's never been a thing that's crossed my mind when looking at such images. So yeah, bequeath it to the youths, I tell you. Hey, we've started this brand new initiative. It's called the Pornography Rehoming System. Oh my god. I'm so glad that I had my Tunabu phase before the internet really took off. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It reminds me of how Grandpa the other day booted up the DVD player and was surprised by the blonde and cowboy porn DVD that my uncle forgot before going back to Florida. That reminds me, Neon Shield Maiden, that reminds me of when I was in my second year of university. So in my second year of university, I lived with two other people, a gay guy and a heterosexual lady. And then there was me. And one day, myself and my gay housemate came back to the house that we were staying in second year after a day of uni, and we got there and we saw a porn DVD right next to the DVD player, and it was called Anal Offices 3 is what it was called. I remember it very, very clearly. Anal Offices 3. And what had happened was because myself, my gay housemate, and my hetero lady housemate had all been out at uni for the entire day. However, the hetero lady's boyfriend was in the house during the day and then had left later through the day. And so while we were all out, he'd watched Anal Offices 3, taken it out of the DVD player, put it on the side, and then forgotten about it and left. So we found his illicit porn DVD. No case, just the DVD. Just the DVD. So we had a good laugh about it. We were just like, what is this? What is this? And he was like, oh, don't know. I thought it was fucking hilarious. My gay housemate thought it was fucking hilarious. And the girlfriend did not think it was hilarious. She was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, what the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. And I was like, I'm confiscating this. I'm confiscating this for the audacity of you watching it in our house without telling us. But I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to use it as a coaster. And out of sheer fucking spite, I used it for a coaster for my water. You know, like when you've got like a glass of water at your bedside table or what have you, I used it as a coaster for that. So I just have like a glass of water on this DVD. My girlfriend at the time was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, it's my coaster. And she was like, what? Why have you got a porn coaster? And I was like, because insert lady's name here, her boyfriend was watching it and left it in the fucking place. He was cranking one off on our sofa. And as a result, I've confiscated it as my porn coaster. But that isn't the end of the story, friends. Oh, no. That is not the end of the story one iota. Because I had it for my coaster for about 4 months. In fact, it will have been just over 3 months because it was the second term of uni. Came back in January, February, March, April. No, it will have been. It was just like 3.5, 4 months. Okay. This fucking Anal Offices 3 porn DVD was my water coaster on my bedside table. And then I went away for the Easter holidays. I went back home. I went to see my partner at the time. And I didn't think anything of it. I was away for 2 weeks and that was it. That was fucking done. You know what I mean? Holidays be holidays. So I fucking left and went. And then I get a text message. I get a text message. I shit you not. I get a text message from my landlord. My landlord had gone in during the holiday period, as was his right. There was part of the contract and stuff, and he was a genuinely pretty cool guy and what have you. And he was like, and he'd gone in during the holiday period to do a house inspection, make sure that the house was okay, that make sure I was there. Now, I will say that me and my housemates were very clean people. We were very tidy. We looked after stuff and what have you. And he went in and he messaged me and was like, hey, Val, just letting you know that I've done a house inspection. Thank you so much for looking after the house. It's really, really tidy, much tidier than a lot of the other houses we've got. Really, really appreciate that. And I was like, no worries. Thank you very much for letting me know. I really appreciate you keeping me posted about it. And he was like, there was one thing. And I was like, oh God, what could it be? Because, of course, I used it as a coaster. So I didn't think anything of it. It had gone from my fucking mind. I didn't remember it existing. So he was just like, there was one thing, though. And I was like, oh, yeah, what was that? Was there a problem or for you? And he was like, I saw in your bedroom on your bedside table that there was a porn DVD for an anal offices something or other. And I sent back a fucking laughy face and was just like, yeah, I use it as a coaster. Because I have no fucking shame. Do you know what I mean? I was like, yeah, I use it as a coaster, no issues. And he was like, could I borrow it sometime? Oh God. And I and I just sent him a message back being like, mate, you can have it. you can have it. You can have it. And he was like, no, I don't need to keep it or anything. I'm just saying that I wouldn't mind borrowing it sometime. I was just like, buddy, you can have it. I use it as a coaster. You will get better use out of it than me. You will get better use out of that shit than I will. Fucking go forth and enjoy. So he took it away. And I naturally shared the conversation with my housemates, and they were like, he didn't. Did he really? I was like, yeah, look, he's not here. It's gone. I will say, I don't even know what was on the DVD. I know that it was called Anal Offices 3, but I have no recollection of what was on the DVD because we never watched it. Even though we used to do like evenings of badly dubbed porn where we'd get back after a night out, put on a porn DVD, mute it, and then make our own voices over the top of it, because that's fucking hilarious. And if you haven't tried it and you feel comfortable enough watching pornography with your friends, it is fucking hilarious. We used to do that, but we never actually watched it because, again, maybe it's ADHD that I have not been diagnosed with, but the whole thing of like out of sight, out of mind. From my perspective, it was a coaster. Just a coaster. I've used it as my coaster now. That's it. That's what it does. It's a coaster. So yeah, that was, there you go. They were fucking. There we go. That's my whole time. Yeah, porn locusts. Absolutely. I was a teenage boy once. Yeah, Eurotrash, exactly, Grio, exactly. The horde, yeah, exactly. The horde of teenage boys. I don't think the teenage girl birthday parties that I went to was something we sneakily watched. Certain erotica porn ad channel were clocked by any parents. Yeah, of course not, Noraline. Course not. Definitely not. Babe Station and shit like that. It was like a box under the bed or something. Is that like not an option? People are bad at hiding things. But I also, do you know what I think? And this is where we bring it to a more serious tone, Frax, where I think a lot of it comes down to the patriarchy. That's where I'm going with this. From teenage boys being porn locusts in a fucking wooded area to the patriarchy. If we're talking about people who stash pornography, porn magazines in bushes, or their porn stash in bushes, we're probably talking about the people who are more than likely married, are hiding their porn stash from their partner, and if they're not sticking it in a box somewhere and hiding it, probably don't do any housework. So they don't put it in a drawer and hide it, because they're not the ones that put all of the things back in the drawers. They're not the ones cleaning out and hoovering. They're not the ones that are actually tidying the house in any way, shape, or form. And therefore the fear of their significant other finding their illicit porn stash means that they cannot stash it inside the house. And thus, I say to you, that I, as a teenage child, was a metaphorical musketeer of adult content. Rescuing those illicit naked bodies from the clutches of misogynistic bastards.
and distributing it. I was the modern day porno hood, which is like Robin Hood, but far more dirty. Bio Bunny just called you out and said, clearly that's you then. Fucking cheek. Yes, Bio Bunny. Yes. Yes. I love this. I love this. Have you been stashing porn in bushes, Biohazard? Is that what you've been doing? You've been stashing pornography in bushes? Be honest now. Be honest. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe, just maybe, you have raided the porn stash of other desperate, horny teenagers. Do you know what? Necrosomnia, that's a great call. Maybe we did. Maybe, because we definitely hid it in other bushes. We definitely hid porn stashes in other bushes. So it makes sense. Maybe we were just raiding each other's teenage porn bushes. Johnny Wankmags, traveling the lad, planting pornography for the next generation. Yes, yes. Oh, no, no, no. It's never going to be an adult. It'll be some 18, 19-year-old. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I mean, I never did it with pornography, but I remember turning 18 and turning around to my little brother and being like, anytime you need beer, let me know. I'm your bro. I got you covered. I've been drinking since 14. So like anything you are going to do is not going to be nothing in comparison to what I generally do. So anything you need, I got you covered. And I definitely never did it. Dirty Mag distribution system. Horny gnomes with no pants on are infesting the woodlands and leaving their used magazines everywhere. I love that. Do you know what? Funnily enough, Prometheus, you saying that has reminded me. Many years ago, I played a game of Dungeons and Dragons with some friends of mine, and one of the adventures, we had to go into a sewage system and get rid of a troll. Get rid of a troll that had become corrupt over time. And when we found the troll in its lair, he had just illustrations, like badly drawn illustrations of loads of different races fucking. And I was just like, what? And the DM was like, yeah. So you go in the troll and what have you, and the troll's there, and it's fucking stinks. It's absolutely horrible. It's very awful. But just like across all of the walls of this sewage system are just loads of hand-drawn depictions of different races having sex. Some of them have evidently been stolen from like a bar or some art gallery or what have you, and they look like shit, but one stage they looked quite good, and then others are like hand-drawn stuff that evidently has been done by the troll itself. And I was like, this is so visceral. And I was like, yeah, it is, yeah, but you get it in your head, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. And I was like, I upsettingly do. Absolutely. So when you talk about horny gnomes distributing pornography, I'm like, yeah, I'm on board it. Just got myself on the way in looking so sharp. Oh, Frass, you flatter me. Flattery gets you everywhere, you cheeky little sex gnome. Have you been distributing pornography in bushes? People go check out my dear friend Francois. I spend a lot of time over there at the moment. I'm very much enjoying it. He does full franchise playthroughs from the first game to the end, to the last game. He's played all of the God of Wars, so the new God of War game came out, so that's the reason why he's playing God of War. But that is actually in amongst his massive playthrough of the entire Rayman series, which I have to say, I think he regrets far more now than he did when he first set out on the quest. You know what I mean? How do you know my club name, Filthy Little Sex Gnome? I knew it! Oh, this is amazing. But yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying your playthrough of Rayman, buddy. I've also been enjoying your sheer anger and annoyance of it. It makes me very happy in my soul.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. Very welcome here, you cheeky devil. For educational purposes, exactly. It wasn't for education, it was for fucking coaster purposes. Roughly 8th grade syndrome, whereas Chunibu means roughly 8th grade syndrome was when those 12 to 15 or so get
imagery delusions of grandiose edgelord's power. Oh yeah, I always fantasized about being an edgelord, but never could do it because I was too much of a clown. I was too much of a preposterous individual. And then I realized that I was attractive and went, ooh, I don't have to be a clown anymore. Now I can be sexy and funny. Well, shit. Well, shit. You know? The silver screen, I know. I would, you know what, friends? I would genuinely fucking love. I would genuinely fucking love to be able to do my... I've got a seminar that I do. That's the origins of pornography in media, in like film and stuff like that. And it's fucking excellent. I really, really enjoy doing it. And I would love to be able to do it on here, but I can't because I obviously show the late 1800s porn films, which you could see 2 of them, but the last one you couldn't see. Not on Twitch, at least. Not on Twitch, at least. Hubs has just been telling me where his dad kept them, under a loose floorboard in a built-in cupboard. That's genius. I like that. I like the loose floorboard angle for sure. It's like, do you know when you watch? Do any of you see it on like TikTok or Instagram Reels or like YouTube Shorts or what have you? Whatever short form content that you digest. Do you know what I mean? Do you ever see it where you see these people that are like renovating an old house and they find a safe under the floorboards, or they find a hidden compartment in a wall or what have you? The moment that they don't find pornography, I think it's made up. Like, genuinely, the moment they do not find some ye olde porn stash in the secret safe under the floorboards or the hidden hatch behind the wall, the moment they don't find a 1970s, 1980s porn stash, I'm like, this is all a setup. You've made this shit up. This is fake bullshit shit. You've made it all up. Because anybody who had a fucking safe in the floor or a secret hatch somewhere or some hidden fucking basement is definitely going to keep their porn stash down there. That is definitely going to happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. In ye olde houses. Maybe hand-drawn images of different D&D races having sex with each other, you know? How's it going, Dylan? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. Thank you very much for coming out. I'd like to say hi. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, you beautiful being. Busted indeed. Time to invite the team for a collective viewing. I know, right? Miss Gould, hello, you beautiful being. My partner used to work for an adult film company, distributor, years ago. And when he got hired, his first task was to watch every DVD in their collection to be familiar with them. He was a part of marketing. He was so desensitized during that month. This is the thing, though. You do get desensitized to it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? It's really, really apparent because, I mean, like I say, I work in the cabaret scene and stuff like that. And I will go to see shows with other, like, cabaret producers. And there have been several shows that we have been to where we will watch a show and everybody else will love it. And it's not just cabaret shows. We're talking like circus shows or fucking anything. But everybody else will love the show. And we're sat there going, huh? Really? People love this? It was all right, but that's like about it. They were good. That what was that all about? Absolutely. You well and truly get jaded to your own industry, for sure. For sure. Get the blank DVD out, movies being copied. Oh my god. I just gave it to him. Just fucking have it. Do you know what I mean? Borrow for a friend. Yeah, exactly. Q Deco, how you doing? Welcome on in. That's bloody brilliant. Most unexpected ending. Yeah, absolutely. That was my life. This is my life. Do you know what I mean? Not where I thought that was going. No, it never does. It never fucking does. But then I will also say that the guy that I lived with, I mentioned the fact that in uni I lived with a gay guy. When we were in halls of residence, his favorite thing to do was wait for them to announce a room inspection. And the moment that they announced that they were going to do a room inspection or what have you, he would, because the room inspections would always be during the day when everyone was out at university. They would never be there when we were there. They would always be during the day when everyone was out at their relative lectures and stuff like that, you know? Usually on Mondays and Tuesdays, because they tend to be the most popular days when most of the students were in. So my gay friend, the beautiful man that he is, would leave out the most explicit pornography and like massive dildos and like loads of lube and like condoms and stuff, like obviously in the packet and stuff, but he'd leave it all out on display purely so that whoever it was that was inspecting his room was affronted by all of this fucking very graphic gay pornography. And I was like, this is amazing. This is amazing. He was like, yep, if they're going to come in my room, they should expect me to be able to show them what I want to show them. I was like, fucking hell, that's ace. Love that. Love that. Invade my privacy, well, don't you? Well, I'm going to scar your minds. Woo! I loved it. I'm not polluting my DuckDuckGo search history with that one. Good. Good. All right. Probably tastefully positioned soft pornography. I don't think so. A website, DVD that's called Anal Offices 3 is not going to be tasteful. Let's not lie about it. Let's not even lie about it. That is not a tasteful porn movie. Probably best sex question of the year response. I like it. I like it. I appreciate the sex question, to be honest with you, Jammed Out, honestly. Gotta love you for today. Been highly entertaining. Cheers, me. It's very much so. Valen sending out dolphin noises when he spots a boob in the bush. Come, my people. I have found one. It has risen up a tree. I shall fetch it, but I need someone to catch it. There is a wicker basket upon yonder. I think it is filled with pornography. Come to me, beckoning other teenage boys of my own age group. Come! We must fetch the pornography from the wicked basket that has been hidden in the tree. Valen, do you think that might just be there for, like, squirrels and birds and shit? Shut up! It's full of boobs! Go! Go, my pretties! Yeah. Directing my friends like the the witch from Wizard of Oz. Fly, my pretties, fly! Bring me back titties! The 2 minutes of porn they used to show on the certain Sky channels late at night before switching to audio only and showing a number to call to pay to unlock the content. Yeah. Before they had entire channels dedicated to that shit. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's pretty profound, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Stealing porn from the rich and giving it to the poor. Exactly. And you don't get poorer than teenagers, to be fair. Most teenagers. You know? I would have to hide them in plant pots. Bold. Bold. Plant pot is a solid call, but it would degrade very quickly. You know? The thrill of a ditch and a couple of loose pages from the Daily Sport. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Daily Sport. Fucking hell. Had never had... Maybe that's the reason, Greeto, why I never had any interest in football. It was because the only sports magazine or the only sports paper that I ever had an interest in was the one that was full of naked people. And it was the naked people I had an interest in. Not the football. I don't give a shit about that. Just having very, very funny mental images of chest full of porn mags somewhere under a tree. And us opening it and weirdly glowing. My God! This one you even get a little bit of lip. Oh my God, look at that man's erection. I didn't know they came in that shape. Oh, look, these people are circumcised. Oh, shit. Never seen a circumcised one before. What's that, Barry? You've got one. Can we see? I think you should get checked, Barry. Stop putting your cock in the Hoover. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you very much, Jamjab, for doing the shout out for Fraswai. I appreciate that. Fraswai is a wonderful, wonderful human being who deserves all of the love. The other kind of edgelord, as opposed to XXX 420 or edgelord Shadow Lord 420, that was it. XXX Shadow Lord 420 XXX. Vampire Lord type of edgelord. Oh my god. I knew so many of them back in the day. So many people who were like, I'm actually a vampire. I'm like, really? Yes, I'm actually a vampire. You must not tell anyone. But I'm a stranger. Why are you telling me? Because I'm a vampire. You must keep my secret. What do you mean? I'm not a secret keeper. I don't fucking know who you are. They call me the Lord of Shadows. I call you a dickhead. That's Chunibu. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Love it. Pure, distilled, outstanding. Best place to hide the magic diamond necklace is under a copy of Anal Lords 3. Honestly, fair Sorenlin, honestly. If I had anything that was particularly of value that I wanted to hide, I would probably hide it under pornography. I would probably hide it under pornography. I feel like some of the best, like, when people think about, like, hiding things, the best way to hide something is to hide it under something that people don't want to touch. If you, like, get a stack of porn mags and hollow out the inside, and then put a few loose porn mags around it, and just spatter a bit of PVA glue everywhere, no one's gonna look there. No one's gonna investigate into that shit. They'll leave it alone. Don't want to get riddled, you know? There's even a place in R2-D2 where you can find a secret cave with a chest filled of nudifurs and models. I love that. I love that. Who is your favorite James Bond, Dylan? I couldn't tell you. I have to say I'm not a massive James Bond fan. I'm not a massive James Bond fan. My favorite James Bond was Jason Bourne. There you go. I thought the Bourne Identity, the first couple of movies were fucking amazing. Revolutionized the way that action movies work. After that, I didn't really give a shit. Never left my edgelord phase. Might be something diagnosable. I think I took it in a kind of direction, though. My rebellion is compassion and eventually black metal burlesque. I've seen a fair bit of black metal burlesque. Works really, really well if you do it well. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Giving away here these nuts defo boobs. Absolutely. Defo boobs. Okay, what do I need to say at the logotherapy tomorrow in order to learn to make these sounds with my tongue? What? That one, Noraline? I have actually met one other person that can do it now. For the longest period of time, I thought I was the only person that could do that noise. And I have recently met one other person that can do it. A friend of mine who can do it. But that is my dolphin noise. Yeah. It's my trade secret. It's my trade secret. Okay, I'm remembering that this stream is not tea friendly. I just laughed my tea off my nose. Yeah, Neon Shield Maiden, we are not great at the whole keeping liquids not sprayed everywhere. In every way, to be honest with you. Let's be honest with you. An angelic choir at the same time. Ah, the boobies allow to you. Basket lies with afterglow, absolutely. Also good if wanted to give a cheeky little pre-bedtime lurk, but the porn dolphin bit broke me. Night Wonder, I appreciate you lurking here. I appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Of all the places you could lurk, I appreciate you. Pure and distilled outstanding. Egads of foreskin, my god. Do you know what's interesting, Prometheus? In the UK, seeing a circumcised penis would be outside of the norm. In America, seeing a non-circumcised penis is outside the norm. Absolutely. Hiding things under porn mags. So that's what they did with the Louvre heist. Absolutely, Miss Goals. Yeah. I've got a mountain of porn mags back there, and I've got all manner of stolen artifacts in there. I'm aiming to return them to their own peoples, but the British Museum's hot on my tail. Adding valuables under porn does only work if your friends are prudes. Mine would happily dig through them for fun. What, even if they're covered in PVA glue? And by PVA glue, I mean looks like jizz. The old little black table TV boxes that showed channels not meant for teens and kids eyes, but you could guarantee teens would definitely look into what I looked. I know I saw them because, oh my god, the whole collection Emmanuel was shown. Yep, yeah. There was also the yellow ones as well. I talk about the yellow DVDs all the fucking time, but it was like the Hammer horror movies that were just full of gothic horror stories and titties. You know, horror procs. Mine just got. Mine is just high squeaks that my choir leader told me not to do. Oh my god, this is now. This is now an ASMR channel. Yeah. I do dolphin noises. That's it. Make the sound again. It is the guinea pig mating call. We I don't know whether they're here, but there's a member of the community that once had guinea pigs, and when I did that many years ago, when they had the guinea pigs, it would make the guinea pigs horny. It would make the guinea pig. I'd like. You know. PVA only looks like jizz when it's wet, though. It dries clear. Better glooping around some white paint. Nah. Just PVA glue and put a tiny bit of, like, badly mixed in white paint and just spatter it. Seminal fluid fucking everywhere. Slightly cloudy. So it looks fresh. You're actually the only other person I know that can do this. Like, can you do it as well? Neon Shield Milton? Yeah. You can do it as well? Fucking A. Black Metal Burlesque is already a thing. I can't do it. We're going Cosmic Doom Metal Burlesque now. I don't know about Cosmic Doom Metal Burlesque, but I would imagine, much like Rule 34, Prometheus, if it exists, there is burlesque of it. But fuck it, do it. Give it a go. Why not? Can't produce the noise the same way that you can, from what I remember you describing, but I can produce the dolphin noise. I just have to fold my tongue back on itself to do it. Yeah, there's a lot of folding of my tongue to do that, to be honest with you. In the Arctic wasteland, seeing any kind of penis is outside the norm. This is true. This is very, very true. It's just there. Poking up out the snow at you, Night Wanderer. Like a little bobbit worm. Honestly, probably yes. Might grab gloves first, but make sure they would. They'll test on that occasion. Fair. I mean, give it a go. Give it a go. Have a stack of porn mags and see if they get intrigued by it. Does sound like the alien communications in movies. It's a mildly Predator-like. Yeah, I can see it. Absolutely. That sound should be a point redeem. Drain me of my points. Or just purely for the ASMR. I'll tell you what I'll do, Samicitis. I'll at some stage, I'm looking to go and visit my dear friend and ASMR artist, Ruby True. When that happens, I will see if she is interested in incorporating my dolphin noises into her ASMR. And then you can get the best of both worlds. You know? Richard Gere in this chat. Oh my god. Not the permafrost. You're an ASMR slut? Yeah. Do you also enjoy... Because I know that ASMR is obviously the response that you get from certain audio stimulation and stuff like that. But do you also get it from like certain voices as well? I know that some people, because I looked into ASMR many years ago, because obviously me being good friends with Ruby True, my brain automatically thinks I could do this, and I almost did at one stage. I almost started an ASMR channel to see if it would work, purely to see if it would work, but it never came to any description of fruition. But in the process of that, I discovered that an awful lot of people just like the way that voices sound. And the ASMR comes from like people reading audio books and doing like audio role plays and stuff like that, where you get like the sound of the fire in the background and you get somebody speaking over the top and stuff like that, as opposed to some of the crickly noises and the mouth noises and all that jazz. Because I know that ASMR could, well, from my research many years ago, it might have changed, but my research many years ago, it could come from a large variety of different areas. Deep? I mean, potentially. And then going full circle, once again in our conversation, there was also the meta, wasn't there? There was the ear licking ASMR. And ear licking ASMR has always been a thing. But there was a big thing that happened on Twitch many years ago, a couple of years ago, where it was like ear licking ASMR while the cis female ASMR artists put their yoga pants clad groins in the camera. And it was like every ASMR artist that I spoke to was like, I've got no issue with people making their bank however they make their bank, but I don't like being tarred with the same brush as it. Like, you want to do that kind of thing, that's fine, do it on a different platform. I won't have a fucking issue with it. Don't do it on Twitch, because then I am associated with that, and I don't want to be associated with that, because I'm an ASMR artist that does meditative stuff, you know? Go away. Can't help it. Tapping, lights, brushing, etc. Just can't stand long fingernails or stimulated oral, which is what most of the Twitch ASMR is in the middle of the night. There are gems of channels as well. I would recommend, Samicitis, I would recommend Ruby True. Can I get a shout out for Ruby True, please? I think, in my personal experience, I've seen a fair amount of ASMR, and I think that Ruby's is very good for, like, creating an ASMR ambience. She doesn't do the ear licking stuff. She's very good at creating an atmosphere and an ambience with the sounds, and uses like looping devices and stuff like that. And occasionally, thank you very much, go and check out my dear friend Ruby True, friends. Ruby is absolutely amazing. A very, 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 very good friend of mine, who I met by literally, she was at, we were at TwitchCon. No, we weren't. We were at Twitch London, the first Twitch London I'd ever been to ever, and I had no fucking idea who she was. And her and her husband were outside in the smoking area just getting a breath of fresh air, and I was outside having a cigarette, and I looked over, saw them, and was like, fuck me, they look amazing, and walked over and was like, you look interesting, who are you? And we ended up having a chat and a conversation, and then I was like, well, nice to have met you. Went back to my friends who I was associating with, and people were like, do you know who that is? And I was like, what are you on about? And they're like, do you know who that is? And I was like, no. They were like, it's Ruby True. That's Ruby True. She's like a Twitch partner. And I mean, this was early in my Twitch career at all. Can't confirm. Val did that. Yeah. I was just like, all right, who are you? Who are you? What's going on? What's happening? Yeah. So you do this all the time. I do. Yeah. Like, you look interesting. I'm going to go say hi to you. Hi. How you doing? You look interesting. How's it going? Do you know who that is? No. Does it matter? Yeah, but that's this person who's been like a Twitch partner for this long, and they averaged these many viewers. Yeah, I don't give a shit. they were there, stood there, looking interesting. We had a good conversation. They seemed like a really nice person, and that's how me and Ruby got to know each other. That's how we became friends. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the shout out for Ruby True, by the way. Yeah, if you like sort of more ambient, meditative ASMR, then I think you'll probably like Ruby's. Ruby's good people. Ruby's good people. I got on very, very well with her. People tell me I should do ASMR when I do my Kratos impression. Do it. Give it a go. Why not? Why not? The implication is that their groin is licking your ear. No, Night Wanderer. The implication is the implication was before they banned it, because it was a meta that got banned. The implication was that they were presenting, it was like, the way they described it was ear licking yoga. So they would be there in very tight yoga pants, usually wearing a crop top or what have you. And again, I would like to point out that I am not one to fucking judge people for the content that they create. If people want to consume that content, fucking great. The issue that I had with it was the same issue that many ASMR artists had with it, which was it tarred all ASMR with the same brush. So when these ear-licking yoga people were being punished by like having less ads on ASMR and stuff like that, it punished all ASMR artists, even if they weren't doing anything remotely sexual, you know? So the implication was that they would be laid on a bed, because, you know, a mattress is the best place to do yoga, but they'd be laid on a bed and they would have a camera pointing at their very well-formed vulva through their yoga pants, and then you would listen to very slurpy noises, with the proviso, with definitely not the implication of creating moist sounds that a vulva may make during coitus. It was as subtle as a brick covered in glow-in-the-dark paint under a UV light that is thrown at your face. It was ridiculous. Everyone knew what it was. And it took so long for Twitch to be like, we need to do something about this. Deep voices ASMR is absolutely a thing. Yeah, I hear that. I know that it's a big thing in, I don't know about ASMR, but I know that like deep voices or deep timbre voices are a big thing for audio erotica. I get the artists pop up on my Instagram reels all the time. All the time. Tongue in the ear sound. I think you would hate that sound as well as the imaginary feeling. So you get the microphones, like the ASMR microphones that look like ears, and they basically have a left microphone and a right microphone, and it's underneath a silicone ear mold or what have you. So they would do the mouth sounds very close to the microphone, which then would the implications that you can put two and two together. You know. Thank you for, yeah, Sammy Hayes, absolutely brilliant. I'm glad that I can point you in Ruby's direction. Ruby's good people. Valen IRL is an event. I resemble that remark, Astacon. Absolutely. Speaking from experience. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, especially if I've had a couple of beers. If I had a couple of vodkas. It's a beautiful experience. I love doing it. I love going out and just being social, you know. You are Atreus, and Kratos is talking down at you, ASMR. Kratos is even lower, isn't he? He was like, Kratos. You are Atreus. I will not bargain. I'm slipping into a Nosferatu there. You will not see what I present to you. Well, that was the King of England. The hell? Fuck it. His name's Charlie. Fuck it. I want to record an ASMR of a kinky and or erotic content, just trying to figure out where it fits. Too vanilla for kink and too kinky for vanilla spaces. Put it in both. See what people think. The worst that can happen is people don't like it. You're not losing anything from that. Do you know what I mean? You seem like a bauble. Come into my hamper. Van came back to the people he entered with. You fucked off for hours. Yep. Yeah. I remember that specific time when loads of people from the community came and meet us at Twitch London. And I cannot remember who fucking said it, but somebody turned around to me and literally looked me dead in the eye and went, how can somebody dressed in a purple fucking outfit with a feather collar as flamboyant as you disappear like a ninja? How does that happen? We turned round and you were gone. I was like, so I am? I'm a very much a mingler. I like mingling. I like mingling. I have creative ASMR, so I appreciate the recommendation. You are very, very welcome. I think my obsession with ear licking kissing ASMR is because it caused me to develop misophonia. Oh, really? Okay. So, as in, you don't like it or you do like it, Prometheus? You don't like the mouth sounds or you do like it? Have you overindulged to the point where you can't deal with it anymore? No worries, Night Wonder. Anytime, anytime. So much fantasy ASMR on YouTube. You make a joke, but you, your joke is something that people would actually watch. Absolutely, yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, we're just too lazy. That's fair. Also, don't want to shave my head for the bit, but I also wouldn't want to undercommit. No, you don't have to shave your head. Just get a good, like a half decent bald cap. You'll be fine. If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, I'm gonna call it a duck. No, completely. I get it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Did not catch it before you pointed it out. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes, you see, this is the thing. Sometimes you need somebody as jaded as me to point out things that are going on there. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, this is a bit suspicious. And people are like, what's suspicious about it? I'm like, okay, let's take you on a journey. How would you feel if you're staring at a vulva and hearing moist sounds? Yes. Some fun storytelling and prop making opportunities. That's true. That is very true. Well, I don't know whether this still is the case now, but back in the day when I looked into it, people were really dedicated to creating cosplays and outfits for their ASMRs. The Ninja Mingler. The Mingler. Yes, Night Wanderer. I am the Mingler. Oh my god. Yeah, that's me. The Mingler. More likely to... Oh my god. Tiny little... The fruit flies are back, friends. They're back early this year. I'm going to have to start making traps. More likely to do doom metal ASMR with my deep voice talking about rituals and stuff. Be like draining guitar-y sounds. Give it a go. See if it works. Somebody will like it. They usually fucking do in some way, shape or form. In some way, shape or form. And with that, friends, I have managed to catch up with the old chatteroonies. Which means that it's a good place to leave it. So let's go raid somebody. Let's go call it there and go throw some love. Officially at the bottom of chat. It doesn't happen very often, but occasionally. Well, they're saying that I've definitely overrun this evening. I've definitely overrun this evening, so that's fine. That's all right. Friends, we are, of course, going to go raid somebody because I like to spread the love around, and I would love it if you could all come over with me to go throw some love at another delightful individual. But before we do that, could you do me a massive, massive, massive favor and throw some mod loves in the channel? Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Mods! Thank you very much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff you do for this wonderful, wonderful community. I really, 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 really appreciate it, you beautiful beings. It's very, very kind of you to give up your time and be here for me. Let me have a quick look at who we can go throw some love at. It makes sense to raid you. It makes sense to raid you. Could raid you, but you're playing a game that I morally disagree with. Yeah, let's raid you. Let's raid you. This wonderful, wonderful being. This wonderful human being. Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vane raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vane raid message for non-subscribers. We are going to go and raid my the head of my stream team, the brand new stream team, the Good Time Zone. Because that makes sense. We've just announced the fact that the Good Time Zone is happening. And I would like to go throw them some love. Throw them some love. Oh, typical, right in the middle of fucking adverts. God damn it. Hope you relax now. Yeah, to be fair, my nausea has disappeared, so I'm very, very grateful to all of you beautiful individuals for distracting me long enough for the nausea to fuck off. I really appreciate that. Love Ear Licking used to search feverishly for something that could deeper and deeper and deeper, and someone to lick into my brain. I think attaching to it is this intimate sensation combined with my definitely not neurodivergent super hearing. Is what makes it hard for hear people chewing. Ah, interesting. Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can get it. I can get it. Friends, unfortunately, we're in the middle of adverts, but let's just raid over and get it all done and sorted. Friends, we're gonna go raid Selena. We're gonna go raid my darling head of stream team, the wonderful, the glorious Selena. If you can stick around for the raid, I would really, 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 really appreciate it, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, just to go throw some love at Selena and celebrate the joys of the brand new stream team, which is all very exciting. Friends, if you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link that I have just thrown out there. Selena is wonderful, wonderful people. Chaos and shenanigans, and their chat has the same level of humor as our chat does. So if you enjoy it here, there's a very, very, very good chance that you will enjoy it there. All right. Friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for joining in the conversation. To all you beautiful lurkers, I appreciate you being here, especially you lurkers who use your channel points to remind Twitch you exist. To all you beautiful people that are watching the VODs, thank you so much for watching the VODs. I really, really appreciate it. I am catching up with all the VODs and getting them all out there and what have you. I'm way behind. A lot more further behind than I thought I was, but you know. It is what it is. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT. That's 1 p.m. British time, where we will be doing a game vote. I will pick 5 games, and you will get to pick whatever game we play tomorrow, but only if you turn up. Only if you turn up. Until tomorrow, you beautiful individuals. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. See you all there. Bye-bye.